All right. I think everything is good. Yep. Okay. So I think we're good to go. Yeah. So let's just gonna give it a few minutes. Just see how many people join in. Hi guys. Thanks for joining in. So just thought I'd do a live stream on this particular topic because it's quite long, or rather, what I would like to cover is going to be quite lengthy. So I'll sort of go over what I'll be covering in this live stream. I sort of like delivering live training because that's what I've been doing over the last couple of months, or rather for the most part of this year. So yeah, apologies for the lack of delays or the delays with uploading. I hope everyone is doing well. Stuff will be resuming. This is just one of them. So this will be sort of a long-ish type of stream. I thought, why not do it on, do it on a Saturday night. For those of you who have joined, appreciate it. I'll continue uploading web app pen testing next week. Been working a lot on that. There's a lot of labs that I need to set up or needed to set up. But yeah, so we'll primarily be taking a look at the MITRE ATT&CK framework, primarily sort of operationalizing it for offensive or defensive operations. So yeah. SS7 is pretty much banned on YouTube. You need to abide by the guidelines. Something that I sort of explained. Yeah, so I'll be taking a look at the chat occasionally. So just gonna give it a couple of minutes for everyone to join in. So just a second. Okay, yep, looks like we have a good amount of viewers. Yeah, this is the best time I can come live because it's also almost 1 a.m. for me. So yeah, I'll be doing the web app pen testing stuff. As I said, that's already been developed, most of it. Just a lab spot that I want to get right, because without practice or without doing it yourselves, it's pretty much not worth it. So, yep. Good to see this. Let me know if the stream quality is okay. I'll pretty much wait for like a couple of minutes, probably like 4 minutes. Yeah. SS7 requires a serious level of knowledge of infrastructure regarding mobile networks. So again, I'm not going to deviate from the topic being discussed today because there's a ton of resources, like tons of resources you can find online regarding this. So I'll try and share it maybe towards the end of the live stream. But again, as I said, it's not something that I can cover on YouTube. Yeah, so there'll be some pivoting stuff that I'll cover next week. So next week we'll pretty much start off with web app pen testing, which is what we were currently going through. And then for the Red Team series, we'll also be doing some pivoting. So I want to cover pivoting with Metasploit and then pivoting with other tools, that essentially come in handy when you're dealing with different types of environments. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't checked on that. I think there is a way to install Black Arch with a GUI installer. I think it's Black Arch Slim. Let me just show that to you right now. So there's a standard version of Black Arch, and then they now have like a slim version. Yeah, there we are. That's the one here. So the slim version essentially contains or essentially provides you the GUI installer. And it's actually fairly good. The only thing is it doesn't come with, pretty much all of the tools that you get with the full version of Black Arch. I think they had it sort of on the blog. Let me just check the FAQ and guide here, because I haven't used that in a long time. So Black Arch Linux guide. let me just see this here. I don't know whether they've updated or sort of added the slim section to their docs. So let me just take a look at the FAQ here. So just give me a second. By the way, if you hear any background noise, I apologize for that. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's highlighted. I know they highlighted that on their blog somewhere. Let me just check that right now, in fact. Give me a second, guys. Yeah, so if I install the Slim, then you can actually. Blog doesn't seem to have anything there. Let me just make sure I'm going through this here. So supported platforms, installation doesn't have the section on. Just 1 second. Supported platforms. 1 second. Let me just see it here. Installing packages. That's fine. We know you use Blackman. 1 second. I know that they actually have this. So under the OVA images, that's the full version. And then just 1 second. See it in here. If I go home. Yeah, so this is essentially what Slim looks like, or the new version looks like. They've sort of changed the theme to a bluish type of theme. It's actually pretty good. They still offer you the whole gamut of desktop environments or tiling window managers. So if you like i3, etc., with a few, conky scripts that you can sort of play around with. And they also have KDE, I believe, if I'm not wrong. That was sort of one of the reasons why I tried it out recently. But yeah, this let me just see if I can find that post there. I believe I also have the ISO, the Slim ISO. Quick guide, 1 second. This just covers net installs here. So this is the previous one using the installer. So you can take a look at this here if you're having a difficult time with the terminal installer, the installer script itself. Yeah, so as most of you know from what I'd said in my update video, which not a lot of people watched, which was kind of sad, I currently now work on a platform called CyberRanges, where we have quite a lot of adversary emulation stuff that we're working on. So I'll just show it to you here, which I was probably going to cover a series for the free labs. But again, I don't want to deviate too much on adversary emulation, which I'll cover today to a certain extent. But yeah, this is pretty much the best platform to do red teaming and stuff, which again, I'll cover when we get there. There's a lot of exciting stuff I'm working on. All right, so let me check some of your questions here. Abdul Samad, yes, we will cover API or endpoint testing. As I said, we're pretty much following the OWASP testing guide, I think 2017, and then also the latest version, 2021, I think it was. Yeah. So yeah, we will be doing API and or rather endpoint testing. Let's see, any more questions? So Dia is asking, do you recommend Arch over Kali? I personally don't. I used Black Arch for a while, but I personally did not like it. I mean, of course, I'm not gonna trigger a lot of people here, but it's just not one that I use for pen tests anymore. I mean, as I said, I think I've mentioned this quite a few times before. We currently have our own distribution, in-house distribution, called Viper Linux, which we haven't made public yet, but we have the website set up. It's one that we've developed in-house, and it's sort of built for the purposes of stability. We're probably going to work on releasing it next year. I haven't had a lot of time this year to sort of set up the repos, etc., or rather repo server, if you will, because we have our own packages that we sort of maintain to ensure that they're stable. But it's sort of designed for stability, because in our particular case, using Kali, a vanilla version of Kali for pen test is not really what we look for. We really like specific variants of specific tools. Like, if we're using something like Armitage or, Cobalt Strike is commercial, but when we do end up using something like Armitage, we have our own maintained version of that, and we sort of have that set up into a distro of our own. Ideally at some point we'll release it to the public. We're not really looking to compete with any pen testing distribution. It's just myself as a pen test and red teamer. It's something that I like in my pen testing distribution. One of those things is stability and performance, because we are typically using laptops, or in some cases we also spin up a few cloud instances or servers on AWS or Linode or something like that if we're doing some external testing. And the reason why we have our own, I'll just go through it really quickly, is primarily because number one, most of the tools, if you're running a rolling distribution, you're installing the latest version of tools, you're going to have issues with the tool itself not working properly, and then dependencies. Not always, but it's typically the case. And then the second issue that you have is performance, and specifically performance on, I wouldn't say lower end hardware, but we essentially have different devices we take for red team engagements, and with our own distro it sort of works really well because we maintain the images and the releases of the distro. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, Viper is not yet released. As I said, there's no download links. So if you click on downloads, there aren't any links yet. So we're still gonna add that, primarily because, as I said, we have our own repos. But the main focus is around performance, and it really is much better. Not to toot my own horn here. But yeah, it's fast, stable, which is something we really like. But yeah, I'll sort of return to my to the topic here. I'll just answer a few more questions and we can begin. What tool do I recommend for pen testing? What aspect of pen testing? Pen testing is made up of various phases. So the pen testing life cycle. So you have information gathering, stuff like that, enumeration, scanning and footprinting, exploitation, vulnerability assessment, exploitation or initial access, post-exploitation, which comprises of enumeration, discovery, privask, persistence, credential access, lateral movement. So what phase are you referring to? Cobalt Strike is like the commercial version of Armitage. Armitage is like a graphical user interface for Metasploit. So I don't know whether you guys have seen this. I'll just show it to you here. It's pretty much what we use as in red teams. So if you've used Armitage on Kali Linux, which is sort of the free version of, Cobalt Strike, if you will, it's sort of a GUI, very powerful framework. The easiest way I can describe it is a GUI for Metasploit, in that you essentially visualize your pen test or your red team operations, but also very cool because you can configure stuff around beacons, wait time, etc. So it works like a C2 framework. It is a C2 framework. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see. A couple of other questions here. Alexander asks, hey, what are your thoughts on TryHackMe for newbies? Is it good enough to start with a move, back the box, vulnub, and then OSCP? Yeah, I don't know. My thoughts on TryHackMe have changed because I've recommended it to a few students in university, as well as people looking to get into pen testing. The problem with TryHackMe is it doesn't really teach you anything. The reason I say that is because pretty much everything is documented for you. So if you ever want to learn something, there has to be a period where you learn how to research stuff on your own. Hacking is about research. You're never going to have documentation next right beside you when you're doing a pen test. So I'm not really keen on that model, the model that TryHackMe uses. I really prefer at this point in time, after all my analysis, after like 3 or 4 years have lapsed, I think Hack the Box is still the best option. What we're working on with CyberRanges is even going to be much better because there's a lot of exciting stuff you can do. Now, again, I'm not hating on TryHackMe. I'm just saying that I've used their labs before, and yeah, it's even when with video walkthroughs. I mean, why would I make a video walkthrough of a TryHackMe room? Especially one with the walkthrough. It's something that I ask myself like a lot of times. Because if there's documentation, then a video walkthrough is like pretty moribund or redundant. Yeah, again, for those of you who like throw hate at me for hating on TryHackMe, I mean, I've developed quite a few certifications now. APT version 2 is one of them, so I know what I'm saying when I'm talking about learning and pen testing. It's, just my experience and my opinion. So I personally prefer if students get to do at least some of the research themselves. I mean, like TryHackMe Lab will tell you like to open a file or edit a file on a Linux system, and then they'll teach you about Vim, and they'll explain that, and they'll dive into all of the things. It's like pretty much thinking for you, which is, I know that for a beginner, someone who's like fresh to cybersecurity, that's very helpful. But once you pass a certain threshold, it doesn't make any sense. Primarily because the complexity of the environments don't change, even with some of the advanced AD labs that I've taken a look at. It's pretty laughable. AD environments are much more complex, much more well secured. So you're not really looking for vulnerabilities or CVEs in Windows. You're pretty much looking for misconfigurations in the ACLs, etc. So I'll release my distro sometime next year. It's not really my distro, it's HackerSploit's distro. CTS versus bug bounty. Do bug bounties. Again, I don't know why people are so focused on bug bounties. Primarily because that's web app pen testing. I mean, if you're looking to get into red teaming or offensive operations, you need to learn more so Active Directory. If you are looking into web app pen testing, then yeah, definitely do bug bounties. Like bug bounties are like 1,000 times better than doing CTFs, primarily because you get real world experience on how web apps work in the wild, how environments are configured, how to write a report, the process of submitting, disclosure to whatever organization or company. So it gives you real tacit experience that's very useful in the real world. Yeah, all right. 1 second, let me just check a few of the other questions here. Yeah, so I think we'll begin with the MITRE ATT&CK framework stuff shortly. No, I haven't done the PNPT yet. Been really busy this year. CRTO is a great cert from 0 Point. That's a really good one. Primarily because they cover the tools that you're going to be using in a red team operation anyway, so they're really good. Yeah, so Abdul Samad, if you're looking to make money doing bug bounties, then there's no point in looking to get a job as a red teamer. Because if you're making good money from bug bounties, then there's no really a real need to transition. That response was specifically towards people who are getting into red teaming. So, doing red team ops, etc. Because most organizations, you'll be doing ops for all pretty much around AD, even AD on Azure or Azure AD. That's where most companies are switching to. AD is not going anywhere anytime soon. There's a huge push now to move onto Azure or the cloud and have the AD environments up there. You can connect to the labs via both. You'll have a attack machine and a VPN. It's entirely up to you. I've already covered how to do resource development for developing malicious Excel sheets in my Red Team series, where I covered Windows initial access techniques. I covered the process of setting up a malicious Excel sheet or generating a malicious macro with Lucky Strike, and then sort of embedding the PowerShell Empire stager in that document. Very few people are actually making money from bug bounties. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not really into bug bounties, primarily because I don't have the time. And whenever you go and submit a, submission or a report, if you will, the companies take like however long they want to take. The response is, yeah, it's not for me. I don't have that much time. I usually try and do it on weekends, but the way I do bug bounties is I don't go to platforms and look for bounties there, because a lot of focus is directed there. I typically do bug bounties for websites in my region, sort of look for vulnerabilities in the sites that I use. So, shopping sites, government websites, payment processing sites, etc. That's what I find is useful, because I'm making an impact, where I live, or, geographically speaking, firstly. So if I'm helping companies secure the websites locally, that improves security where I am, as opposed to, doing bug bounties for companies, around the world that may not really affect me, and doing that for money. I'm much more, I've changed my perspective on security. But again, if you're doing bug bounties to learn, I mean, it's a great experience. There are people making tons of, like a lot of money off bug bounties. They're really good at it. So again, I think that has actually become a job now, not really a gateway into another career. And why would you work for a company if you could earn, let's say if you're doing maybe like one or two every month and you're getting like 5 or 10K? Why would you go and do, or, work for someone else if you're doing that independently? So, yeah, if you're good at bug bounties, then I think it's becoming a career now. It is actually a career in my mind. It's no longer a gateway as people once thought, because, yeah, websites are constantly coming up. Security is very important. It'll only grow. The industry will only grow from this point in time. There's no best C2 for APT groups. As you'll see, what I'm going to cover today. APT groups usually do a lot of research and resource development with regards to what they need for their ops, as well as the target infrastructure. But you typically see the use of, Cobalt Strike, the new C2 framework, Havoc. There's a couple of other ones like Mythic, Sliver, etc. But APT groups don't really choose one. There is no best option for a C2 framework. It's what you're comfortable with, what will work with the target infrastructure, what your objectives are, so on and so forth. I'm not really into, as I said, I'm not into blockchain and smart contracts and stuff like that. I haven't done any, like, the last time I did blockchain stuff is when I was developing Ethereum DApps, which then at that point I did not touch. I know that's a big thing now, for companies doing a lot, a lot of NFT stuff, sort of auditing their smart contracts, so on and so forth. But again, I haven't done that. It's not really my area of expertise. I'm primarily the area that I've moved into now is cloud pen testing. So that's usually where I operate, whether it's infrastructure as a service or software as a service. So yes, I am still with INE as a red team instructor. So as I said, just recently finished the development of EJPT version 2, which will come later this month. I can't say exactly when, but yeah, it's gonna drop soon. Cobalt Strike is paid. It's a commercial tool by Rapid7, the parent company that owns Metasploit. Yeah, I'll probably be teaching cloud pen testing. It's still relatively new, but mostly AWS because that's where my focus has been on. But I've also been doing some Azure stuff, Azure AD specifically. How many hours do I get of sleep? Do I sleep per night? For 4 to 5 hours. Stans versus OSCP, I think they're both good in their own right. It depends on various factors like your budget. I think the new version of OSCP is really good. Really like that version. But yeah, anyway, I think we can finally begin. I've answered quite a few questions. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I don't really care about whether my channel has been shadow banned. I'm not after views or traffic or engagement. I'm into producing quality content. As I said, I've really changed my perspective. I'm not chasing any views, topics, ideas, latest trends. I pretty much have moved to the original model, which is I produce what I think is important and what I think is valuable to the community. So yeah, I haven't uploaded in a while because now my focus is on quality and not quantity. So that's why I'm now covering more specialized topics. So I think we can get started today. Yeah, for me, YouTube has never been about views or subscriber counts. I'm very grateful to you guys for subscribing to the channel. I mean, it means a lot. I look at HackerSploit as a community, and I do not tie my identity to HackerSploit. I mean, and I think you guys already know that. Like, what YouTuber with 700K subscribers isn't uploading every day? And most of you might think that's a bad thing, but I'm sort of staying in the original mold of content development. I'm not really into short videos or shorts or TikTok or any of that because that stuff is seldom useful. You'll actually see it over the next couple of weeks and months. The type of content I'm talking about, which takes time to develop if it's quality. Yeah, hopefully. Yes, George, I am in Kenya at the moment. Well, I was born in Kenya, so that's another thing you guys might not have known. Um, all right, I think we can begin. So yeah, I'll try and answer a couple of questions. This will be quite a long live stream. We've already been going for like, I don't know, how long has it been so far? Let's see if I can check the analytics. 30 minutes. Yeah, my parents, well, I can't really say much, but yeah, ethnically speaking, yes, primarily from Egypt. I'll not share much more than that, but yeah. Yeah, you should be able to find the Discord in the description section of this live stream. We have a Discord link there. Yeah, I'll probably share the slides once this stream is published. But anyway, I think we're ready to go. So I'll be answering questions after every section. And there's quite a lot of stuff I want to cover. So let me just maximize that. I'll answer just like a few more questions. So what do I prefer, Windows, Mac for cybersecurity? No, don't really have a preference. I have a Mac. I recently got a Mac just to see how that works out. Last time I tested a Mac was 2012. Mac is great. It's good for many things, like video editing. I mean, that is actually insane how good a Mac is for video editing. I've done a lot of testing on it, developing payloads, etc. I personally, switch between operating systems. I recently made a tweet on. I recently tweeted about the fact that I did not like Windows 11 primarily because aesthetically or visually speaking, it was trying to copy Mac OS to a certain extent. But again, I don't have a problem with Windows 11. I tested it out. It had a huge memory leak insofar as the version that I had installed at the time is concerned. So I pretty much have a system, my main workstation for recording most of my heavy duty work, which uses Windows. The reason I use Windows, most of you might get pissed and say, oh, well, I thought hackers use Linux. Well, firstly, there's virtual machines. Secondly, if you've ever done video production, I would highly recommend you try doing it on Linux before you tell me to switch to Linux. Editing videos, recording videos, using external audio interfaces, using an Elgato scene switcher pretty much doesn't work. So I can't really record videos on Linux. When I was recording videos on Linux, I used to get comments. This was like probably 4 or 5 years ago. I used to get comments telling me that the video quality sucked, the audio and video wasn't in sync. That's essentially the level of editing. Then, of course, people will tell me, oh, why don't you use something like Kdenlive or DaVinci Resolve, to edit your videos? Again, if I can render a video on a Mac or Windows in 10 minutes, and on Linux is taking 40 minutes, unfortunately, I'm going to stick to the operating systems that do it well. So I use Linux on my personal laptop because that particular case, I don't really require, some of the additional software that are useful to me when making videos and stuff like that. On my main workstation where I'm doing I have a synergy of activity ranging from doing, documents and reports to video recording, video editing, doing a bit of pen testing, reverse engineering. In my opinion, Windows is pretty much the best. Yeah, so sorry if I went into a rant there. I was primarily referring to this specific tweet and the responses I got to it. So what I essentially said was I didn't like Windows 11, and the reason I didn't like it is because whenever Windows has tried to copy Mac like they did with Vista, it's never been good. Whenever Windows has gone back to its roots, which is just doing things that Windows does best, or just doing things, keeping things simple with regards to their interface, the taskbar, Windows has flourished. Good examples of this are Windows 7, Windows 8.1 as well, Windows 10. And so I said, I'm thinking of switching to Linux on my main workstation, which I did. As I said, there's a ton of issues. And unfortunately, when I'm working 20 hours a day, I can't be spending time fixing issues on a Linux distro. I need an operating system that works so I can get my job done. In my personal time, my personal operating system, I use Linux, but that's because it works for my particular use case. I'm not hating on Linux. I love Linux, but my workload has shifted now. What I'm required to do has shifted, and it includes, different things. So I need an operating system that supports all of that. Yeah, I tend to agree with Darker Berry. I've been using computers for probably 15 years at this point, more than 15 years. I've used Linux. Linux was my first operating system. Unfortunately, Linux on desktop, the market share will never increase. This is an unfortunate truth because it doesn't do it well. Linux was designed, is really good for servers, but the moment you get into specialized workloads that the real world utilizes, it'll never increase because there's a few reasons for this. Number one, Linux still hasn't sorted out their package management issues. There's like 5,000 distros. There's like four different package managers. They try to solve it with snaps, which they've done a great job. But then there's the whole issue of performance on snaps. Utilizing Linux is, at this point, is so fragmented, just the way it is on Android. One of the issues that a lot of people have with Android, and why it's a platform that has had issues over the last couple of years with security, is because it's so fragmented. There you have like many manufacturers. Google controls the Android open source project. They keep it up to date, so you have latest releases. But then vendors or manufacturers like Samsung, let's see, I can't really think of any others at the moment. You have Samsung, let's see, I can't believe I can't think of another Android phone, but you have all of these manufacturers, who utilize Android. They have their own versions of Android, so they have their own, desktop or whatever you want to call it. The problem with this is Samsung doesn't update, along the same channel as Google does. And then you have fragmented versions. So at any given point in time, you have people using, like if you distribute the market share of Android users, you have different people using version, whatever. It's so divided that there has never been a consensus around this, which is why, and I'll explain why Apple did something really brilliant. So Apple's operating system, macOS, is based on Unix, right? Specifically, is the closest you can compare it to is something like BSD. So they were likely going to experience the same sort of issues. So how did they counter that? They said, we're going to build our own hardware so that the software is in line with that, right? And we can control both of those things, which means we can optimize the software. We'll stick to one package management system, so on and so forth. So I'm not hating on Linux. It's just a truth that will come to you once you've seen enough of computing. When you've had enough experience, you will come to that realization that Linux works really well for specialized workloads with regards to tooling. And, a good example of this is pen testing distributions. But beyond that, once you move into audio, video, document editing, a lot of other workloads, it doesn't do well. Now, I'm not hating on Linux because a lot of you will say, Linux doesn't have good support from third parties, which is true. Microsoft has never actually published anything for Linux apart from maybe their Teams application, which is still in beta. But again, I'm just speaking the truth because I think it's finally time I start demystifying this stuff. There's no way, there is no company, apart from maybe a few governments who want to look cool, there is no company that will, and again, I'm talking about generally speaking, there's no company that will give their employees a laptop with Linux, and I'll explain why. Commercially speaking, companies always look for something called insurance, right? And whenever they buy laptops from OEMs or they're buying a subscription to a piece of software like Windows or whatever, What they want is support, which means if something goes wrong, they want to have someone to blame or someone to call. The only company that's been able to do this on the Linux front is Red Hat. And is it a surprise that they've been this successful? I mean, Red Hat is making a killing, of they essentially sell support and training. That's what they do, because they know that when it comes to Linux, the most important thing is support. When things go wrong, when servers go down, even though you may have system administrators, they know that that's the most important thing. And that's why companies utilize Red Hat more than they utilize any other distribution. Now, you may say Google has their own version of Ubuntu or Debian that they give employees. That's true. However, they also give the employees a choice. And again, remember, Google employees are engineers. Linux is great for development and that type of stuff, right? I'm not arguing about that. I'm talking about when you look at just the general landscape. I don't think it will ever increase. Yeah, that's fine. They can give Linux, but you look at all proper organizations that stick to standard operating procedures, have a security policy in place. It's very rare, unless they have like a partnership with Ubuntu or some of these Linux laptop manufacturers like System 76 or something like that. But I can tell you that for 95% of companies that I've worked with, operated with, done pen tests for, it's very rare. They typically offer you a ThinkPad with Windows, or they offer you a MacBook. That's typically what you'll see. All right, so I'll stop getting into the whole rants here. So I apologize for that. It's just something I think is very important. Um, Linux is is absolutely fantastic kernel. The Linux/GNU project, as it were, and all the distributions are great. I pretty much learned computing on Linux, so I know its importance. I'll never hate Linux. I'm just saying, realistically speaking, from a statistic perspective, the problem has always been distributions and package managers or package management utilities, and the fact that we still cannot settle on one. Linux has had these issues where they can't even decide on a particular init system. There's also a split there. So you have systemd and sysv, right? So, I mean, it's just at this point, it's so confusing, even to me. You have all of these distributions, different philosophies. Then you have distributions of distributions where you have like respins of Ubuntu itself, and then there's respins of those particular variants of Ubuntu. It's like, why are you doing this, man? I mean, that's insane. Now, I'll give you the final example. When it comes down to an organization like ours, where we needed a distribution for our particular use case, internally speaking, then it makes sense, right? But when it's simply just respinning and changing icons and themes and the desktop environment and playing around with kernels or the kernel modules, uh, you know, I mean, I use Linux, so I know what I'm talking about. I've used Arch, I've used Debian, I've used Fedora, I've used CentOS, I've used Red Hat. Uh, so Yeah, I mean, I think what Purism is doing is a great thing. I understand their objectives with regards to open source. I think what they're doing is actually really good because they control the software and the hardware, and they're committed to, the open source principles around it. And I think if it got more backing, um, it'll be a really good alternative to Android and iOS. So, as I said, with regards to mobile, Android has won, like by far. And I have no problem with that, but they still have that issue of fragmentation where the market is so divided with regards to devices because there's multiple tiers of Android devices. You have your your low end devices, your mid tier, and then the high tier. Now, I don't have a preference because for me a phone is essentially a phone, but if you know, different manufacturers have different release cycles. Some don't even update their versions of Android. That version becomes deprecated. It security researchers identify vulnerabilities. It's never patched. That's an issue. So that's continually been an issue. I'm not a Linux hater. In fact, if you go on pretty much 60% of my videos, I recorded them on Linux. As I said, I'm speaking about facts that are well known to anyone who works in the industry. Even Linus Torvalds will probably, if you can go and watch some of his latest interviews around this. He'll tell you the same thing. I mean, on desktop, there's no way, because again, you can say, well, I'm going to install Linux on all computers in my house. That's fine, but remember, not everyone is looking to do terminal stuff on their computer. They're looking to send a few emails on Outlook. They're looking to do a few stuff in the browser, and that's it. And Linux doesn't even have an Outlook client. There's people say use Thunderbird. Well, what about all the features that they've used with Outlook before that they like the integrated calendar? I mean, these are the things that I'm telling you to look at. Don't look at things from your perspective with all the knowledge that you have. When I'm trying to convince, for example, my own father to use Linux, he'll tell me, okay, this is what I use. Can you please install that? I say it doesn't exist on Linux. He says, okay, so what am I supposed to do now? That's what I'm talking about. Standard users, paper pushers, as they're called, as people like to make fun of them, you know? All right, cool. So this is one of the arguments that I really love. You know, people always hate on Windows, like really, they just love hating on Windows, saying, "Oh, Windows is spying. There's a lot of telemetry," which is true, and I'll explain why. I'm not supporting what they do, but a lot of people who say this stuff will then go ahead and spend 2 hours racing their distro. And on Windows, if you just use something like, I'll just show it to you here. If you use something the like a program like WPD for Windows here, I'll just give you an example once it launches here. 1 second. You can pretty much disable all of that telemetry with just a few clicks. So you'll see this for yourself. So yeah, there we are, telemetry. You can disable all of the stuff that Windows does in the background in a couple of minutes. There we are, like the way I have done. You can disable or block Windows telemetry. You can disable the extra applications like Skype. You can block Windows updates. You can go into apps. You can uninstall all the default apps like I've done so that nothing is running in the background. Or you can install Windows Enterprise Edition, which doesn't have all of that stuff. So while it does collect information, guess what other distribution also collects information? Ubuntu. Ubuntu is owned by Canonical. Canonical collects a ton of information from their distribution. No one talks about that. I understand what you're saying with regards to knowing what's running in the background, but this stuff can all be disabled. Like Microsoft, while what they're doing is predatory with regards to having ads in your start screen, having the bloated software installed like Candy Crush and all of that garbage, that stuff can all be uninstalled. Sorry. So I don't. This argument that it can't be disabled or it's hardwired into the operating system. I'm not gonna buy that. Anyway, I just thought people should know that. They always use that argument against Windows. Oh, Windows is collecting data on what I'm doing or user activities. Like, what exactly are you doing that you're so afraid of people checking up on you? The reason Microsoft collects data is because they have the largest market share. Their operating system is running on so many different types of devices with different configurations. They collect that data to identify a lot of patterns. So, like, firstly, is the latest update of Windows crashing? Is it causing issues? If so, it sends that data back so that they know this. It's something that a lot of a lot of software providers do because they want to improve the software. Now, as I said, that can be disabled. With that being said, I think we can finally start. I apologize for those rants. As I said, I'm not a hater of Linux. I have never hated Linux. I was making the argument that Linux on the desktop was never going to increase. I can almost swear by that fact. And if I'm wrong, then I'll be proven wrong. It's just something that they've been trying to do for a very long time. I know this myself because I was there when distributions like Ubuntu were actually developed. I was alive and I saw that happen. And their mission was to take that and to install it on every computer or laptop in the world. And so far, they have not even hit 1% of that. So I don't know whether it's going to take 50 years or 100 years or something like that. But I know why it's not going to happen until those fundamental issues are sorted. Until one organization does it, remember one, in order for this to be commercially viable, it's not going to happen. Even if they do it in universities, all of this stuff, you want to play games, you're going to install Windows. You want to do video editing professionally, you're going to get a Mac. That's just the way it is. Yeah, I mean, data collection. By the way, I can show you where you can get that tool. It's actually easier than customizing your distribution. Who would have thought? So you just search for WPD Windows, the privacy dashboard for Windows. There we are. This is it here. So a small but powerful portable tool that works through the Windows API. WPD is the most convenient way to configure various privacy settings in Windows. It works on all versions of Windows. There we are. You can also check their docs. I've highlighted all of this. By the way, they're open source, so you can check the source for yourself, because the next thing that people are going to say, oh, it's closed source, it's proprietary, we don't know what bad stuff it's doing in the background. No, this fully open source. You can go ahead and take a look at their FAQ and the resources. Pretty much disables it at the registry level because you can check it for yourself. So very simple. Just download, install. It's not even an installer. It's a portable executable. So you just click it. It's portable. You do what you need to do. That's it. Telemetry gone. And you can also monitor this in the background via the API to see whether those calls are still being made. That's it. I mean, that's as simple as it is. So all I'll say to end my argument is, let's stop the BS arguments against operating systems and let's finally look at things clearly. All right. What I'll say is, I use all three operating systems. I am completely operating system agnostic. I've spent a lot of time on 4chan image boards on the technology board. I was once a Linux evangelist until I had to go into the real world, where my perception was finally changed, where you need to get work done every day. And the experimentation, the tinkering, the ricing, the kernel modification has to stop. And at that point, you need something that works. When I turn on my computer every day, I don't have to deal with init issues or config issues within all of that stuff. I have a laptop. I use Ubuntu. I've always been a fan of Ubuntu. That's it. I've also used Manjaro because I like the KDE desktop environment. But those guys have done it the best with regards to stability. That's it. I don't touch any other distribution apart from Peppermint OS, which is one of my favorite distributions. I actually use that on one of my older laptops. That's actually one that will remain my favorite for a very long time. I recorded like probably 40 or 50 videos that are on the channel on Peppermint OS. Yeah, that's fine. Gaming has significantly improved. I want you to watch a video. I just want you to watch this, right? And I'll actually show this to you here. I'll show you this by Linus Tech Tips, right? So LTT Linux. I just want you to see how hard it was just to get a game running. At the end of the day, even some of the most experienced YouTubers who are like Linux evangelists, I'll tell you what they'll do for gaming. They have like really powerful rigs. They'll install Linux and then they'll use something like KVM with GPU pass-through and they'll send that to a Windows VM and play their games on Windows. I'm not playing around with Wine or emulation. I'm not emulating games to get bad performance because I am too blind to see the truth. I don't play games anymore. I've played games on Linux. Firstly, most online games with anti-cheat can't be played on Linux because even game developers know there isn't a system of tracking processes and threads. So, you know. Anyway, I think we can begin with the presentation. If I've triggered anyone, I apologize for that. As I said, what I'm saying is despicable. Maybe it's despicable, or maybe it's the truth. And we'll see. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I could be proven wrong, in the next 100 years or something like that. Oh boy. I mean, I can't really argue further, I'm not someone who started out with an i9 processor. My first laptop had a processor called Centrino 2 Duo. So I know about, dual booting and all of that. If you want to use Linux, please use Linux. I'm not meant to offend anyone. I just needed to make a few things clear regarding my stance. And unfortunately, I'm not one of those people who will never criticize anything because I like it. Things that I like can be flawed, and I think I'm allowed to yet until free speech changes. I think I'm allowed to make my own criticisms based on my experience with all of these operating systems. Ah, that's right. Yeah. You can run games with Proton. Yeah, I forgot about that. You may want to check on the anti-cheat stuff on online games, especially shooters, Valorant, stuff like that. And that's also why Proton has Proton also has that thing. I can't remember what it's called. It's called a compatibility level, or the sort of what they use is the baseline of performance on Windows against how it performs on Linux. Now again, yes, you can play games on Linux. That's no problem. That's fantastic. Hopefully everyone moves on to Linux and plays games on Linux. I'm sure the process will be as seamless as it has ever been, and there won't be any issues. But yeah. Anyway, it looks like I've triggered a lot of people, which is a good thing, because now, for the first time, I'll have haters, which is something I've been looking to do for quite a long time. Because yes, at some point, the truth has to come out, and I'm open to being refuted, because a lot of people seem to be sort of backing out of their arguments. Not you guys. A lot of people in the wild out there, influencers, etc., because they'll install Linux as their base operating system. Then, for some weird reason, they have a virtual machine with Windows. I don't know why. I don't understand why that is the case. Why even touch Windows again? Because it's constantly spying on you and it's like a shitty operating system. Why do we go back to Windows VMs? I wonder why. If everything works really well, there really is no need for virtualization. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of you. I didn't want to annoy anyone, man. Anyway, I do apologize if I've offended anyone. That's not what I set out to do, but I think everyone should be open to listening to everyone's point of view. I'm not saying mine is above anyone's, and I'm willing to listen to you, to anyone's opinion and take them in wholeheartedly. So what I'm gonna do, just to show you that I'm not someone who is against these ideas, is I will install Linux as my base operating system on another hard drive or SSD, and I will try and do what I do on a daily basis, and I'll record the experience, right? This is going to be an experiment. I'll also install Proton, and then I'll compare the performance, and I'll see if I have any issues, and it's going to be completely unbiased. All right? It's going to be absolutely unbiased. No, I'm not going to pick any side. I'm just going to look at it logically. And by the way, when I'm using Linux, I'm not going to customize anything, no custom kernels, just a stock version of Linux, and not one that's been optimized for gaming, just Debian, whatever variant of Debian. It could be Ubuntu. I'll even do it maybe on Arch as well. Arch actually is quite good with performance, and I'm just going to compare it. Now, if I'm wrong, I'll wholeheartedly admit. In fact, we're going to have a live stream every Saturday, and I'm going to do it this week. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong, and you guys will be right. All right? Is that fair? And by the way, we're going to test it on all fronts, and I'm going to separate all the tests before we get started with today's session. So I'm going to do document editing. I'm going to do video and image editing. I'm going to do audio engineering. I'm then going to do gaming. I'll do programming and development. I'll do some DevOps stuff so that I'm fair to everyone. And we'll do a few other tests just to see which one comes out on top with regards to stability and performance. Because that was the core of my main argument. No, I don't want to install tweaks. Because you guys made the argument against me when I said download this Windows tool that will allow you to tweak. And you said no. But when it comes to Linux, then I should be allowed to make tweaks. I'm not going to work harder for something to work as it should work. At the end of the day, if I'm a gamer, I just want a game to work. I mean, I'm tired of getting into configs and all of that. At this point, I might as well just buy a console. Because anyway, I don't play games anymore. But to be fair to everyone here, and also to prove myself wrong, because I think I might be wrong here, based on the reaction that people have given me. Yeah, in fact, we'll try Cyberpunk. That'll actually be really awesome. That'll be perfectly fitting. And by the way, as an additional point, just to be fair, you guys can also tell me or provide me with additional workloads that Linux does very well. So I'll also include them in the tests, right? And in the case when we're talking about server performance and stuff like that, I'll also do a like-for-like comparison with Windows Server. So again, just being fair, I don't want, and but by the way, the specs will be the same. I'm going to run it on the same system, so sort of like a dual benchmark, and I'll share all the log files, all the output from all the diagnostic files. I'll use the same version of the drivers. And again, we'll come into the same issue on Linux, where if I have an NVIDIA card, there's two drivers that I can install, open source and then the version by NVIDIA. To make it fair, I'll also run tests on both of those both of those versions of the driver. And then I also have an AMD card, and we'll test that out so that at the end of this experiment, we'll come to the truth. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong. And you guys will have this live stream as vindication. All right. So if that's okay, I do apologize, Mr. Ree, or anyone that I may have offended. But just to make it fair, I'll use one of my NVIDIA cards, maybe like something that is standard. Okay, I'll use the one that I have on my other workstation, which we can use either GTX 1050 Ti or a GTX 1060, right? And then I also have another AMD card, which I can probably get. It's probably RX 480, I think. We can then do those benchmarks. So let me actually take a note of this, because I think this will be a good idea. With all of that being said, I will then post up the reports just the way Linus Tech Tips does. We'll have like a full-on report with graphs. And if I'm wrong, which again, I know a lot of you want me to be wrong here because I've talked bad about Linux, which for some reason isn't allowed anymore. But you can talk bad about Windows and then install a Windows VM or set up a Windows VM. I mean, that's when I see that, I know that there's some hypocrisy going on here. Like, what has Windows ever done to anyone? Sure, they collect data, but that can be disabled. I mean, anyway, I sound like a real shill right now, which I'm not. I can almost guarantee you that Microsoft hasn't paid me to shill Windows. I'm just making an argument. And I think it's a well-grounded argument. Haha. We're 1 hour in, and well, actually more than 1 hour. I think we can finally begin. All right. So is everyone cool? Is everyone cool? Can we finally begin? All right. All right. Yeah. No, 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 no. No eggplant. No, no, man. We have to be fair here. Remember, it's vanilla. I'm going to do this like I have some computer experience. I'm going to say it's not my first time using Linux, but I'm not doing any custom stuff. I'm going directly to Proton and Steam or whatever, and we're going to do just a direct install as it is. I'm not going to tweak anything. We're going to use the same NVIDIA drivers, and then I'll switch to the open source one, the Nouveau driver as they call it, and we'll see the performance. All right, I think we're good to go. I think we are good to go. Oh, man. Yeah, this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be awesome, man. I can already tell. Oh boy, someone's telling me I'm delusional. Oh boy. Maybe. All right, I think we mean it. So, welcome everyone to the MITRE ATT&CK Fundamentals live stream, if you will. We will be taking a look at how to operationalize the MITRE ATT&CK framework for both offensive and defensive operations. Right, so this is pretty much what I intended to cover. Now, I may not complete all of this today. We might have another live stream, but if we can, then I'll definitely go through all of this. So the objectives here are to introduce you to the MITRE ATT&CK framework, sort of explain the different matrices that make up the MITRE ATT&CK framework, and sort of show you how to use them and when to use them. We'll then take a look at what tactics are and how they're used by APT groups. So we'll get an understanding of what TTPs are and then how they're utilized by APT groups are, understand what APT groups are, and how they impact the MITRE ATT&CK framework, and vice versa, how the MITRE ATT&CK framework impacts APT groups or can be used to profile APT groups. We'll then understand what mitigations are in the context of the MITRE ATT&CK framework and how they can be used to prevent a technique or sub-technique from being successfully executed. We'll also talk about cyber threat intelligence and how to use the MITRE ATT&CK Navigator for threat hunting and cyber threat intelligence. We'll learn how to map an individual threat group to Navigator, how to take heat map analysis and combine it with CTI. And I'll show you different use cases, whether you're doing adversary emulation, planning a red team operation, or if you're on the blue team side, cyber threat intelligence, or if you're threat intelligence analyst, how to use it to essentially set up a heat map where you combine different TTPs utilized by different threat groups. We'll then, take a look at how to use the MITRE ATT&CK framework to perform cyber threat intelligence using a practical case study of an organization, how to map multiple APT groups to the Navigator, and how to analyze the multiple threat groups, and determine priority techniques used by these groups or by the said groups in question. So, any questions before we begin? With regards to the MITRE ATT&CK framework, not really tied towards the previous discussion that we've been having. All right, no questions? Okay. No question. So we can begin. So let me give you guys an introduction to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So the MITRE ATT&CK framework is a globally accessible knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques based on real-world threats and threat actors, also known as APT groups, but we'll discuss their categorization once we get there. It was developed to improve the understanding of how cyber attacks are performed. And when you break that down, if you take a look at the abbreviation attack is essentially an abbreviation for adversarial tactics, techniques, and common knowledge. So the MITRE ATT&CK framework is typically employed or used as a baseline and model for adversarial behavior and highlights the various phases of an adversary or threat attack lifecycle, what software they employ, and what operating systems they target. It is mostly used by penetration testers and red teamers to plan, implement, and orchestrate engagements based on specific threat actors or APT groups, TTPs, also known as adversary emulation in most cases. It is also a valuable resource for blue teamers as it details the various TTPs used by specific threat actors and provides companies with valuable cyber threat intelligence that can consequently be used to implement defenses and mitigations. And then, of course, finally, the MITRE ATT&CK framework categorizes adversarial techniques into a collection of tactics that are further organized into techniques, sub-techniques, and procedures. Collectively, these are known as TTPs. So, more on that shortly. And I've just highlighted a screenshot of what the MITRE ATT&CK enterprise matrix looks like when you head over to the MITRE ATT&CK website, and we'll take a look at that shortly. And before we do that, let me sort of go over the importances of the MITRE ATT&CK framework and why lots of organizations, pen testers, blue teamers, all utilize the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So firstly, it provides attackers and defenders with a common knowledge base of adversarial behavior based on behavioral analysis of attacks and threat campaigns. What does that mean? It's a centralized source of knowledge where you, as a blue team or red team, where you can always go and get information about the different TTPs utilized by a specific APT group or even another threat group. And more so, when you're talking about the TTPs of, let's say, APT 38, you have the ability to sort of view the TTPs in detail with regards to techniques and sub-techniques. And then from the perspective of a defender, the MITRE ATT&CK framework also lists out how you can detect and mitigate a particular technique or the execution of a particular technique or sub-technique. Secondly, the MITRE ATT&CK framework organizes, categorizes, and contextualizes adversarial behavior based on the different phases of the attack lifecycle. And it utilizes a common and standardized nomenclature or language when referencing TTPs and APT groups. Now, a lot of you might be wondering why my focus is around APT groups. Well, that's of course because while the MITRE ATT&CK framework also has different threat groups, individual threat groups cataloged, as well as software, it essentially highlights different pieces of malware and software like C2 frameworks, rats, etc. We can utilize the APT group categorization or sorting to essentially get a better idea of the life cycle of APT groups, typically speaking, as well as the software that they use in each of those phases or each of those tactics. Now, when taking a look at a technique, and we'll get to this shortly when we take a look at the framework in depth, a technique will typically have the following data associated with it, or rather metadata. So you'll see that a technique will have the parent tactic. So this will represent the tactic that the technique falls under. So if we're taking a look at the initial access tactic, under the initial access tactic for enterprise, you may see a technique like initial access via spear phishing, right? And when you click on that technique, it'll essentially highlight the parent tactic. So it's just a good way of identifying where this falls under. It's also important because a specific technique or sub-technique can fall under more than one tactic at any given time. You then have the platform. This is very important, right? As you know, the MITRE ATT&CK matrix for enterprise by default will display the TTPs for pretty much all of the operating systems. So, Windows, Linux, Mac, and then also infrastructure as a service and software as a service platforms, cloud platforms, containers, etc., which you can sort through. But this essentially tells you, if you click on a particular technique, it'll tell you what operating system this technique can be executed on. You then have the permissions required metadata or identifier, which essentially tells you or represents the permissions required for an adversary to execute the technique. So this tells you, for example, if you wanted to execute a particular technique, let's say we were taking a look at the technique OS credential dumping with Mimikatz as an example, this field here would tell you what permissions are required in order for you to execute that technique. And in this case, you would need to have on Windows admin or anti-authority system privileges. And then you have effective permissions. This is very useful for the privilege escalation tactic, where it'll tell you after the execution of a particular technique what permissions you will obtain, right? So very important stuff there. And then finally, this is very important for blue teamers and defenders. You'll have the data source, right? So this will outline the data or logs to be collected in order to aid the detection and mitigation of this particular technique. So it's twofold. Cool. Of course, the applications I've already mentioned are red teaming and adversary emulation, cyber threat intelligence, and then of course detection and response, which can tie into incident response and incident response detection, so on and so forth. Now, a lot of the reason why I wanted to cover the MITRE ATT&CK framework is specifically because it's, at least in my eyes, it's one of the most important resources that I've used, and one that has been very beneficial to me as a red teamer, primarily because when it comes down to the different tactics or the different phases within the kill chain for the MITRE ATT&CK framework, and then of course when you compare it to the cyber kill chain, you can see why it's much better. Because while this is targeted towards mapping the TTPs for a particular threat group or APT group, this is also very useful because it sort of gives you an idea as to the different phases that make up the typical life cycle for APT groups, but also aids you in understanding sort of really good techniques that you can implement in your own pen tests, right? And I'll get into this shortly. Now, do we have any questions to this point or up to this point here? Just a quick second. I'm just going to pause here. So I'll be back in a second. I just need to check on something. Apologies for that, but we'll continue on shortly, and then we can switch over to the MITRE ATT&CK framework and then the Navigator. So I'm just going to pause my webcam here, and then I'll be back in a second. All right, sorry about that, guys. Someone at my door. Um, so I think we can resume. So what I was talking about specifically was taking a look at the MITRE ATT&CK framework kill chain versus this your traditional cyber kill chain. And again, this sort of highlights why the MITRE ATT&CK framework is so well or so highly regarded with regards to both red teamers and also blue teamers, primarily because it has or gives you a holistic view of all the potential activities or tactics that a threat group adversary could possibly utilize or go through, and again, it's best not to think of this sequentially, but the first three phases typically follow each other sequentially. So, you have reconnaissance and then resource development, and I'll explain each of these tactics as we proceed. Initial access, which is exploitation, and then there's a couple of other tactics right over here. And of course, all of these tactics change relatively speaking, but more so their techniques and sub-techniques, because when the MITRE ATT&CK framework gives you different matrices to view it from, based on what type of environment you're targeting as a red teamer, or what type of environment you're protecting as a blue teamer. Now, before I sort of introduce you to APT groups, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch over to the MITRE ATT&CK framework website right over here. So this is the website. It's accessible on attack.mitre.org, right? And you can see on the website, very, very simple. I've sort of already given you ideas to what the framework is, but they have a really great definition here. And the key area that I want you to focus on is this one right over here. So the attack knowledge base is used as a foundation for the development of specific threat models and methodologies in the private sector, government, and in the cybersecurity product and service community. So with the creation of ATT&CK, MITRE is fulfilling its mission to solve problems for a safer world by bringing communities together to develop more effective cybersecurity, right? And is accessible, is open and available to any person or organization for use at no charge. Fantastic. So by default, the website will display the attack matrix for enterprise. What do they mean when they say enterprise? Well, this is for enterprise environments, right? And you can sort of change out the layout. So you can change it to a flat layout or the side layout. And you can also show the different sub-techniques that fall under the techniques that fall under particular tactics, right? And I'll explain all of this. Now, in my particular case here, you can see there's a couple that I can view additionally. If I just zoom out, there we are. So starts off from recon, resource development, initial access, execution, persistence, privilege escalation, defense evasion, credential access, discovery, lateral movement, collection, command and control, exfiltration, and impact. So I'll explain each of those tactics and what they mean. Most of these you should already be familiar with, but before I do that, let me explain why or what other matrices exist and how they differ, or you'll actually see the differences. So if you take a look at the matrices page right at the top here, I'll just wait for this to load up. You can now see that you have the enterprise matrix, which is which consists by default of all of these platforms, right? So you can see it includes Windows, Mac, Linux, cloud, network, containers, and then they added the pre category here, but this essentially just highlights the different tactics and techniques for the preparatory stage of an offensive operation. So, this is, you typically have reconnaissance and resource development. I don't know why they added it, but anyway, it's here. But what this means is under the enterprise matrix, you can filter by operating system. So let's say you're only looking for TTPs that affect Windows. You just click on Windows and you can see it's going to be highlighted here. So these are the TTPs for Windows. You can also limit it to macOS. Same thing here. You can see it changes slightly, not with regards to the tactics, but more so the techniques and sub-techniques. You can do the same for Linux. Same thing here. For cloud, which you can expand into Office 365, Azure AD, So if I click on Azure AD, you can see that the techniques and sub-techniques have greatly reduced, as well as the actual number of tactics. So in the case of Azure AD, you only have initial access via valid accounts as a particular technique, and I'll get into how techniques and sub-techniques work, but you can see that you can expand the technique into the different sub-techniques here. So you typically gain access via cloud accounts or default accounts, and then you establish persistence, privask, etc. And then for AWS, that's typically represented by either software as a service or infrastructure as a service. And of course, that gives you a totally different view or different techniques and sub-techniques. The same thing for network and containers. So if as a red team or penetration tester, if you're looking to target containers, and I think this is one of the questions one of you asked, this essentially provides you with a methodology you can use to perform an assessment or a pen test on a containerized environment or an environment that heavily utilizes containers. So for example, you can see start off with initial access, as most offensive operations would. So exploiting public facing applications, external remote services, valid accounts, etc. And then you can see under execution, you have container administration, command, deploy, container, schedule task or job. But more so, if you take a look at privilege escalation, you can see that the next logical step is to escape to the host. So if you've exploited or gained access to a Docker container, the next step is to perform a container breakout, so that you can now gain access to the host operating system kernel, and then you can also compromise the rest of the containers running on that host, so on and so forth. So really, really useful categorization here based on the platform. But at a top level, the way to look at it is you have enterprise, mobile, and industrial control system environments, also known as ICS. Enterprise, if you click on enterprise, it sort of explains the differences, but the way to look at enterprise is to look at it as a standard enterprise configuration, right? So under enterprise, you have all of these operating systems and means of deploying infrastructure that typically fall under the enterprise working environment. You then have mobile, because people also perform offensive operations against mobile platforms, applications, so on and so forth. So if you click on mobile, these are all the TTPs for mobile, more specifically in this case, Android and iOS. You can then filter by Android techniques and sub-techniques and iOS techniques and sub-techniques, which are marginally less than Android. And I'll take a look at your question shortly, but the one that I was really interested in specifically is industrial control systems, which is still heavily under development, but I think this is one of the great things that Attack has done, is also, sort of provide you with a matrix that essentially lays out all the known techniques and sub-techniques, for either attacking an ICS environment or defending it. So any questions thus far? All right, let's see. All right, so first, can we use the MITRE ATT&CK framework for making steps to perform pen tests? Yes, you can. That's exactly, you can use it for whatever you want. I'm going to be showing you how to do it for primarily adversary emulation on the offensive side, and then on the defensive side, cyber threat intelligence. So yeah, that is correct, VJ. SOC is pretty hard, I would say. I worked in the blue team when I began. At that time, it was not there wasn't really the categorization we see today. At that time, what I was probably working in as a department was information security. But yeah, I worked in what you'd now call a SOC. SOC is really difficult for various reasons, because there's a whole infrastructure and deployment side of things. So it's essentially ensuring that sensors are correctly working on all the assets that the company owns, whether it be public-facing assets, internal assets, etc., ensuring that you've set up logging for all the operating systems and you're getting the right type of logs that have been passed in the correct way, and then building dashboards, making sense of the data. So it's really hard working in the SOC. I wouldn't say it's that hard, but it involves a lot of, I say, a combination or a synergy of different types of, let's say, you need to know a lot about Windows and Windows logging, Windows event logs. You need to know about, how to parse logs, how to ship logs, how Linux, where does Linux log or save all of its logs, how to set up logging for third-party applications, whether it be a web server, so on and so forth. So I would say, generally speaking, based on my experience, it's much more of a strenuous or stressful job than red teaming is. Yeah. I wouldn't be covering any IR stuff. Yeah, I'll get into the mitigations and detection. I'm not covering any IR stuff. I'm covering cyber threat intelligence. I'll probably cover IR in another stream. Again, the way to look at this as is a methodology. So if someone was new to pen testing containerized environments, what I would recommend is for them to look at all of these techniques here. So it sort of gives you a methodology. You start initial access, and then once you gain access, you move on to execution, right? Then persistence, privilege escalation, so on and so forth. So it sort of gives you like a flow of techniques that you can utilize right from the beginning all the way to the end, whatever your end is. In the case of a pen test, there's never going to be impact. So that's one thing to take into consideration. Now that I've shown you the different matrices, let me explain each of these tactics, right? So reconnaissance makes sense to everyone here, I assume. Reconnaissance is essentially the gathering of information, which is broken down into two, active and passive. So if you click on a particular tactic, you can see this is where the whole knowledge base side of the MITRE ATT&CK framework comes into play. So essentially what this entails is the adversary is trying to gather information they can use to plan future operations. So reconnaissance consists of the techniques that involve adversaries actively or passively gathering information that can be used to support targeting, right? And then the techniques that fall under reconnaissance are active scanning. And you can see that every technique and sub-technique has a unique ID, right? So you can see T1595, active scanning. We already know that. Active scanning has sub-techniques. So when you talk about active scanning, what do you mean? Scanning IP blocks, vulnerability scanning, word list scanning, or brute force, if you will. And then you have gathering the victim host information. So adversaries may gather information about the victim's hosts that can be used during the initial targeting. Information about the host may include a variety of details, including administrative data, so on and so forth. So, hardware info, software, client configurations. So you guys should be pretty familiar with reconnaissance. The area that I want to focus on specifically, this is where APT groups come into play, is resource development. Now, whenever there is a red team operation, red team engagement, or when you're taking a look at how an APT group conducts its operations, they spend a huge amount of time and money on resource development, right? And what this entails is essentially the adversaries trying to establish resources they can use to support operations, because the operations are very complex. And in the case of APT groups, they're very long term. APT groups typically stay in an environment or network for a very long time. So that means that you need a very stable underlying infrastructure, whether you're talking about C2 frameworks, proxy, web proxies, so on and so forth. And I'll explain all of this, but you can see that it consists of techniques that involve adversaries creating, purchasing, compromising, or stealing resources that can be used to support targeting. Such resources include infrastructure, accounts, or capabilities. What this means is that you firstly start off with acquiring infrastructure. So, buying servers or buying access to servers, command and control servers, on various cloud providers. In the case of APT groups, they pay in Bitcoin or untraceable currency, setting up the underlying infrastructure. So if you set up a C2 server, what they typically do in the case of good APT groups is they have proxies that proxy the traffic so that the source IP of the C2 server cannot be found. What falls under acquiring infrastructure is, let's say, the initial access technique that you go for is phishing, right? Or maybe you want to, let's use an example of phishing. In that case, you need to buy a domain that looks quite legitimate with regards to the target or the organization that you're targeting. You'd also need a DNS server, virtual private servers, botnets, web services, etc. And then, of course, you also have the ability to compromise accounts, social media accounts, email accounts, compromise infrastructure. And then more, this is really where stuff starts getting interesting and is really specific for APT groups. This is where you have developing capabilities, right? So adversaries may build capabilities that can be used during targeting rather than purchasing, freely downloading or stealing capabilities. Adversaries may develop their own capabilities in-house. This is the process of identifying development requirements and building solutions such as malware, exploits, and self-signed certificates. Adversaries may develop capabilities to support their operations throughout numerous phases of the adversary lifecycle. This is very important. APT groups firstly, they need to avoid any detection. So most of the APT groups will typically take the source code of tools like Mimikatz as an example. They'll modify it, they will obfuscate it, essentially change around the code to the point where it's unrecognizable or undetectable, generally speaking, or combine it with another tool. I'm using very simple examples here. And they essentially, at this phase or under this technique, what they're doing is they're preparing all the malware, all the payloads that they will require for the entire course of the operation, right? So they pretty much take a look at the target environment based on what they know from the recon phase. So they know that, for example, the target network is an AD network. So they say, okay, what tools will we need? Well, once we're in, we'll need a tool to perform local enumeration so that we can move laterally or identify misconfigurations, so on and so forth. So we'll need something like AD Finder, for example, just as an example, right? We'll need AD Finder. Okay, what else do we need? We may need to access credentials. Mimikatz might be easily detected, especially if they have an EDR. How about something like the Windows Credentials Editor or WCE? How about that? That could work. Do we want to use PowerShell once we gain initial access as our command and scripting interpreter? That might be better, although that could cause potential issues because we don't know what version of PowerShell is running on the workstations. So stuff like that. They're essentially preparing all their gear, right? And they have to prepare it for every phase because the last thing an APT group will do is they, let's say, gain initial access and they don't know what to do next, right? So that's what developing capabilities is all about. Now, before I take a look at techniques and sub-techniques in detail, let me cover some of the other tactics that may be new to you. So you have initial access, which is exploitation. And for the enterprise matrix, you can see you have a drive-by compromise as a technique, exploiting public-facing applications, external remote services, hardware additions, phishing, which has several sub-techniques. So either a spear phishing attachment, a spear phishing link, or spear phishing via service. And then, of course, you have a supply chain compromise, which most of you should be familiar with the SolarWinds hack, where you essentially compromise a software supply chain and you pretty much, are able to get in that way. And then, of course, valid accounts. So under execution, this is a very important tactic that goes overlooked most of the time. So this is when the adversary is now trying to run malicious code. It usually comes after initial access, right? So execution consists of the techniques that result in adversary controlled code running on local or a remote system. Techniques that run malicious code are often paired with techniques from all the other tactics to achieve broader goals. The most important technique and sub-techniques under execution are, as I said, the command and scripting interpreter. So you may gain access to a standard Windows command shell, or you may gain access via, let's say, a PowerShell Empire stager that you had set up. And you may want to decide on what command and scripting interpreter you're going to use, which consequently affects what scripts you're going to use, generally speaking. So in the case of PowerShell, which is mostly used by APT groups, you can see that adversaries may abuse PowerShell commands and scripts for execution. PowerShell is a powerful interactive command line interface, etc. Adversaries can use PowerShell to perform a number of actions, including discovery of information and execution of code. Examples include start process, the start process commandlet, which can be used to run the executable invoke command, so on and so forth. And of course, you can say Windows command shell, a standard Unix shell in the case of Linux, a Python shell, if you will, JavaScript, so on and so forth. But yeah, I'll go into this once we're taking a look at an APT group. And then, of course, we have persistence, privesk, defense evasion, which, makes sense. Credential access, which is, credential dumping, looking for passwords, hashes, dumping hashes, etc. And also 2FA authentication, which I'll also explain. Discovery is when you're trying to now, the phase that comes before lateral movement or pivoting, where you're essentially performing local enumeration. That's what discovery is. So once you've gained access to the target system, you start performing enumeration. You try and identify more information about the target system you've just compromised, as well as the target network. And then you have lateral movement, which is pivoting. And now these two phases, or these three phases, command and control, exfiltration and impact, these are more so very specific towards APT groups. So pretty self-explanatory. Exfiltration is, getting out or transferring the data that they've identified as important out of the target systems, and doing so in a way that is undetectable. So, for example, exfiltration over a C2 channel. And then in some cases, some APT groups like causing impact, right? What this means is they destroy data, wipe drives, ransomware, so on and so forth. So one thing that I want to say is APT groups do not all follow, or this exact flow. This just gives you a holistic view of all the known TTPs that have ever been utilized by APT groups, right? And then you'll typically see that most APT groups will have reconnaissance, resource development, initial access, execution. They may go for some persistence like creating a backdoor account, privesk. They may skip over credential access, move on to discovery, lateral movement, collection, command and control, and then exfiltration. And some may only go through a few TTPs or a few techniques and or sub techniques. So any questions? Yeah, so they don't use public cloud. They usually use like very, I would say, very nefarious cloud hosting providers. One that accept Bitcoin. The ones that are registered. The companies are registered in the, in Panama or the Cayman Islands or stuff like that, where they really isn't any jurisdiction to access the servers, legally speaking, in the event that the authorities do find that, the servers were hosted there. So the entire process is completely anonymous if it's a good APT group. And if it's a Chinese APT group, then they're typically hosting it in China. And that means that it's, there's a very low chance that you'll be able to identify the individuals behind it. You may be able to geographically identify the data center if you get the APT, if you get the actual IP address, sorry. But that's another reason why most of the APT groups like APT 38 onwards all have a proxying system that prevents you from ever identifying the source IP of the C2 server. Some also have failback C2 servers set up, which they constantly switch to and from. Right, okay. The next thing that I wanted to cover looks like, let me see if we have any other questions before I proceed, because the best way to visualize this will be through this spreadsheet that I have here. That sort of covers all APT groups and the operations. So they're sorted geographically or based on geolocation. So China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, Israel, NATO, Middle East, so on and so forth. I'll go through this shortly. Really cool spreadsheet that I use, especially for adversary emulation. If there are no more questions, I think I can proceed. So just 1 second. All right, so yeah, I'll post a link to the spreadsheet. So now, before we actually proceed to APT groups, one thing that I wanted to highlight was the individual techniques, which I think most of you are already familiar with. So if I click on a particular technique, you can see that you have the sub-techniques, if it does have sub-techniques, but this was the metadata that I was referring to. Now, one thing to note is if you've used the MITRE ATT&CK framework from its inception in 2013 or 2014, I would say early 2014, because this data or knowledge base is constantly being updated. So you can see we also have attack version 12. The current one we're using is V12, but you can see the updates there. The IDs for some new techniques will change. The old ones I haven't seen any changes to. But what's very important or interesting to understand is the nomenclature, right? And how IDs are used by red teamers and also blue teamers to refer to a particular technique. And most tools like Wazoo, or if you're talking about seams like QRadar, Fortinet, ArcSight, all have the MITRE ATT&CK framework embedded into them, so that you can identify or map techniques, based on the logs that you're getting. You can map them onto the MITRE ATT&CK framework and see what you're dealing with. And then you can juxtapose those techniques against, let's say, an APT group to see if there's any similarity. And that's where the Navigator comes into play. So I'll be explaining all of this. Now, the metadata that I was referring to, you can see you have the IDs, any sub-techniques, the tactic. It falls under the platforms, whether it supports remote, the version, when it was created, and when it was last updated. So what that means is it looks like we have a few network issues. Let me just check this here. I'm just going to reduce my audio bitrate. You can see that my audio bitrate is good here. And let me know if there's an issue with the connection. All right, no issues. Anyway, so with regards to the blue team, which is what I wanted to cover shortly when we talk about, if you take a look at a particular technique, you can see that you have procedure examples. This is very important because it highlights the groups that have used it. So you have, for example, APT19 has used this particular technique, and it sort of gives you a basic description saying APT19 downloaded and launched code within an SCT file. And you also have here, right over here, you click on the hyperlink, that'll take you, I'll just wait for it to load up, but that takes you to the actual submission or a reference link here. And in this particular case, if I don't think we're ready to explore this yet, but I'll get to that shortly. So you can see all the APT groups or thread groups that have utilized this before, this technique. The important thing is the mitigation. So MITRE ATT&CK framework will essentially tell you how to mitigate this particular technique. So for example, behavior prevention on endpoint. On Windows 10, enable attack surface reduction ASR rules to prevent Visual Basic and JavaScript scripts from executing potentially malicious downloaded content. And in the case of PowerShell, the best way is to, of course, prevent or disable, essentially set the execution policy to restricted to essentially prevent anyone from bypassing the execution policy, which is highlighted here in the case of PowerShell as an example. And then for those of you in incident response and detection, you can see that it tells you how to detect this particular technique. More importantly, it tells you that the actual data source. So you can see in this case, the data source here is command, and the data component is command execution. So monitor command line arguments for script execution and subsequent behavior. Actions may be related to network or system information discovery, collection, or other scriptable post-compromise behaviors, and could be used as indicators of detection leading back to the source script. Anyway, at the bottom you have references. And by the way, at the top here, you can actually go through each of all of these sections that I've covered. So you have data sources. Right over here, data sources represent various subjects or topics of information that can be collected by sensors or logs. So this is where you have now the blue team come into play. And then the same for mitigations. And then you have groups, which I've covered. These are all the APT groups or thread groups that have been cataloged here. You also have software, which is where you get to see stuff like all the rats here. Someone asked, like, what's the most, I don't know, let me see if I can see that question here. I think it was with regards to a rat, if I'm not wrong. Let me see if I can find that question here. Yeah, anyway, I don't think I can see it here. Anyway, yeah, this is where you can see like all the software that has been cataloged by on the MITRE ATT&CK framework here. And so, for example, you have all the different types of rats, and of course, to answer that question, the most popular, of course, is poison ivy at the moment, which is a really cool C2 framework. It's heavily used, heavily modified by most APT groups, at least now. You can see all the groups that use this software. A lot of them have not been cataloged. So some of the most recent APT groups, like if we take, a North Korean APT group like Lazarus, they have used poison ivy, but a heavily modified one. So in this case, you'll not see it here. But if you click on any of the techniques and or sub-techniques that are used by this or associated with this particular C2 framework, then you should be able to find it there. Yeah, anyway, let's move on to APT groups, because that's the next logical step here. So what is an APT group, or what is an APT? Well, APT stands for an advanced persistent threat, right? It is a targeted attack on an organization or company where an adversary gains access to the organization's network, establishes persistence, and remains undetected for an extended period of time, typically speaking, right? The objective of an APT is heavily centered on data exfiltration and not impact. Now, again, this is generally speaking based on all the data we have available. We do know that nation-sponsored APT groups, like the ones from Russia, and their attacks, their preemptive attacks before the Ukraine war, and also after, were heavily focused on impact, right? So they wanted to disrupt, critical infrastructure like they did before with Petya, not Petya, etc., where they, essentially tried to take down their whole transportation grid, the subway system, so on and so forth. And specifically speaking about Ukraine here and the impact that the state-sponsored APT groups GRU groups or FSB groups were able to do. Theirs was specifically on impact. And also another example would be Stuxnet, the earliest I can think of, where we all know the US and Israeli, certain departments of the Mossad were involved in developing Stuxnet, which was designed to gradually degrade the uranium enrichment centrifuges that Iran had in its uranium nuclear enrichment plants, that's an example of an APT group that is focused on impact. So their job was not really exfiltration of data, more so degrading the quality of, essentially reducing the lifespan of the centrifuges, which were very expensive. But yeah, so given the nature of APT attacks, a lot of human and financial resources are required to successfully plan, implement, and execute an APT attack, right? So while the objective, generally speaking, is the exfiltration of data, APT groups usually have varying interests, ranging from long-term reconnaissance and interception of communication channels to the theft of intellectual property. In the case of many Chinese APT groups that have targeted a lot of US companies, the US government as well, and their job primarily has been to either steal intellectual property from companies and or steal information from governments. And one of the really important categorizations nowadays is the additional categorization of APT groups, and that comes in the form of groups that are sponsored by nation states, which I explained, typically for the theft of intellectual property, state intelligence, disruption of business operations, and interference with elections. Another good example of this in the case of interference with elections was Fuzzy Bear and Cozy Bear from Russia, which were specific threat groups that fell under the FSB and GRU. So they typically, this was actually quite hilarious, where they tried to essentially influence the 2016 election. And both of these groups were able to infiltrate a part of the Demographic Party's network, i.e. the Democratic Party's network. I can't remember what exactly they compromised, but both of them were in, and their primary objective was to essentially exfiltrate data and to somehow influence the outcome of the election. So yeah, there we are. GRU, FSB, Fuzzy Bear, and Cozy Bear, which I'll explain how the APT groups are named based on their geographic location. APT 28. So they reportedly compromised the Hillary Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee in 2016 in an attempt to interfere with the US presidential election. Now, let's take a look at APT groups, and I want to explain a couple of things here. But before we do that, I want to explain cyber threat intelligence because it sort of ties into what we'll be doing. So threat intelligence is the information or data that is collected and analyzed to better understand an adversary's motivations, targets, and TTPs. This intelligence is used by companies and defenders to make better informed decisions when it comes to defending against threats. So threat intelligence is, also enables defenders to take a more proactive approach when it comes to actively defending against evolving threats. And cyber threat intelligence is only effective if the intelligence is evidence-based. As a result, research and analysis performed to develop the intelligence must be rigorous. So let's take a look at an example now, before we take a look at CTI further, specifically through the Navigator, because this is really, really cool and quite important. So what I'll do is, let's say I'm a red teamer, I want to do some adversary emulation. I can utilize the Navigator, which is available under MITRE-ATT&CK.github.io/attack navigator. I'll just change the theme to light here, and I'll create a new layer for the enterprise matrix here. So this will give me a modifiable canvas of the MITRE attack framework, the enterprise matrix specifically. And what I can do now, the great thing with Navigator is I can, if I'm a red team, I can specifically plan out my operation the way I want to do it, or alternatively, I can also map a particular APT group's TTPs. But firstly, let's start off with let's say I was planning my own pen test or red team engagement. So I could say, we want to do active scanning. And once I select it, I can add a color, right? So I can add a background color to it. So let's say red. In this case, I'll just say green. I'll use green as a technique that I want to use. We also want to do gather victim network information, and I can do a multi-select. So I'll just say this one here, gather victim organization information. Let's do some phishing and search for, open websites, domains, and I'll just highlight that there. All right. I can then say under resource dev, we'll acquire some infrastructure, obtain capabilities instead of developing them ourselves. Initial access, we're going to target their public-facing applications, external remote services, and we'll do some phishing. More specifically, we'll try and gain initial access via spear phishing attachment. And let's highlight that there. As for execution, let us utilize PowerShell. All right, so I will set that up there. And then I can head over to persistence. Because this is a Windows environment, we're going to create some accounts. Local account on the first system. We then want to set up a scheduled task. There we are. And yeah, that's pretty much it for in this particular case. So again, I'm just going through a very simple example here. And under Privesk, what to do, we can probably do some bypassing of UAC in the event we need it. So we might need this in this case. We also want to do some token impersonation. There we are. And that's pretty much it with regards to Privesk. And then we can move on to credential access as the final one, just as an example here. Let me just get rid of that there. So in this case, what we would be looking for specifically is OS credential dumping, more so the LSAS memory. That's with Mimikatz. Okay, so that's one example of what I could do if I'm simply planning a red team operation. Remember, not adversary emulation. Now, if I was doing adversary emulation, let me create a new layer here. I could head over into search and multi-select, and let's say I was trying to emulate APT 38 as an example. Actually, let's do 41. I've done a lot of research on 41, so I can say select. That's going to select all the TTPs. And now, instead of coloring them specifically, I can set up a color setup or a color scoring gradient where I can set up a base score and a high score, so low and high, and I can specify the color scheme I want to use based on what I'm sort of doing with this. In this case, we can say, let's map out the TTPs used by APT 41 first, and then we can use other colors based on our scoring system to sort of specify what specific techniques we're going to use, as opposed to using all of them. So in this case, I'll set the preset as, let's say, red to green, and the low value will be 0 and the high value will be 3. Okay. Now, with all of these TTPs selected, I will head over into the scoring gradient and I'll say, let's set the score to 0. Okay. So that'll give a base score to all the TTPs. So visually speaking, let me just close this up here. You can now see that these are all the TTPs used by APT group 41, all known TTPs, right? And now from this point onwards, I can now specify based on my own campaign, because we're doing adversary emulation, we don't need to emulate it completely because the target environment may not allow for that accurate level of emulation. I can say, okay, we can definitely do exploiting public-facing applications because the company has them, external remote services, valid accounts. I'm going to select all of these. Exploitation for client execution. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. External remote services. And then I can head over into my scoring system. I can say set these 3. So now I can utilize the Navigator to essentially see or, identify and visualize what techniques I'm going to use and sort of juxtapose them against the TTPs that APT41 utilizes. So from a planning perspective or adversary emulation perspective, this is how you can use the Navigator. Now from a blue team perspective, when you're doing cyber threat intelligence, it's essentially the same process. However, there's a few differences, right? So if we go back here, what I'm going to do is we're going to take a look at an example. Let's say you have been assigned as a cyber threat intelligence analyst to essentially come up with TTPs for all APT groups that fall within the industry, or all APT groups that target the industry that your organization operates in. A good example of this is financial. Let's say the company you work for is a financial organization. So firstly, you have to identify APT groups that target financial organizations. And then you're supposed to map out all of their TTPs and build a heat map. So how would you do this? Well, firstly, we know that if we use a general nomenclature from the MITRE ATT&CK framework, we can specifically say we're looking for FIN groups, right? So if we set threat groups, let's say the FIN group we want to use, let's say FIN6 first. So we can say FIN2 is one of them. Sorry, that's FIN6 here. So threat groups, let's start with FIN6. So I'll say select. And now, remember, when you're generating a heat map, you're trying to see the overlap between all of the APT groups. In this case, we're taking a look at FIN groups, right? FIN groups are essentially financial groups that target financial service organizations, companies, etc. So we can start with FIN6, and in this particular case, I will set up the color setup and will use the green to red setup here. So low value will be 0. High value will be 3. In this case, we'll just take a look at a very simple example here, and the scoring will set to 0. And you'll see how this works. This may be a bit confusing, but just give me a second and I'll show you this in a bit. All right, so that's FIN6. So we can rename this here. Where do we rename this? There we are. So we can say FIN6. Okay. There we are. And you can also add metadata and links here. And I'll also show you how to annotate specific techniques here. It's very simple. You just right click here and then you can pretty much annotate here or add a comment. So there we are. I can annotate, but I'll take a look at this shortly here. So 1 second. I'll now create another layer. And in this particular case, we can also look for another FIN group here. So we'll say thread groups. Let's see one that's going to be particularly interesting here. So we can do FIN4, FIN5, FIN6. Those might be all potentially interesting. So I'll select that. And then I will set up the same color setup here, the scoring gradient. So I'll say the preset is green to red, and some of you may already know what I'm doing now. So 0 to 3, we'll set the scoring to 0. So that's 1 second. Let me just close this here. Yeah, that is FIN. Let me just see this again here. We're using FIN4 in this particular case. Yeah, we can use FIN4 in this case. So that's FIN4. I'm just going to deselect that one there. And if I say deselect this one here, there we are. So that's FIN4. I just wanted to confirm that. So I'm going to rename this to FIN4. And we'll also do one more, just so that I can show you what this will look like. We can say create a new layer, enterprise, and in this case, let us look for FIN5. Okay, so select, set up the same scoring gradient here. So we'll set this to green to red, 0 to 3, and we'll set the score to 0. Now, you may be asking yourself, well, how do we combine all of this to see where they overlap, or what techniques all of these FIN groups have in common? Well, firstly, let me rename this to FIN5. This is where the Navigator is really powerful. So I can create a layer from other layers. So I can create, there we are. I can use the enterprise attack version 12. And then under the scoring impression, I can combine all of these layers. So I can say A plus B plus C, right? Very simple. and I can hit create. Now you will see something very interesting here. All right, the first thing I need to do is I need to set the color setup from to green to red here, and I'll set this to 3, and I'll show. And then one thing that I need to highlight here. 1 second. Let me just close that up here. One moment. I just want to see this here. Let me just deselect all those techniques. Any questions so far before I move forward? Oh god, looks like we have quite a few questions. All right, let me try and go through them. Okay, there's quite a few questions which I'll get to shortly. Now, one thing I wanted to show you is that this will sort of highlight all of them. Now, if you wanted to see their commonalities, what I could do is I can go into all of these here, and you can see them here. And if I just select them here, which ones were selected? All right, so let's just select, and I'll set the scoring to 1. And in this particular case, you can see the score is 1 here. And I'll just close them up here. I'll just show you how to get a sort of a commonality. And then in this one here, we can set the scoring. These are all set to 1. That's weird. There we are. Okay. There we are. That's looking good. And the same for this. I will set the score to 1. And we can now close that up there. So now I'll create a, there we are, A plus B plus C. Gradient, we don't want to pick any gradient there. Coloring, we can use the default one and change it. I'll just say create here. There we are, fantastic. So I'll just revert this to the scoring gradient we were using. So that is green to red. Okay, so now what does this mean? What does this mean? Well, if you take a look at each of these, you can see we have green, red, and yellow. All right, so in the case of green ones, that means they have a score of 1. All right, which means that this technique is quite unique, all right, to either one of them, and is not really common between these 3 fin groups. The ones in yellow have occurred or have an occurrence in at least in at least 2 of these groups that we've just mapped. And then the ones in red are common amongst all 3. So you can see on the initial access, they really go for valid accounts. That's really a technique that they're interested in. If we take a look at some of the other ones, we can see valid account sort of repeats itself here quite a lot. If we take a look at some of the yellow ones, like for example, remote system discovery, which falls under discovery itself, but I just wanted to see whether there were any other ones here. So the commonalities between the 3 groups reveal quite clearly that, okay, in the case of maybe Fin 6 and Fin 5 and Fin 4, there's not really a lot of overlap, but with regards to the initial access techniques, there's quite a bit. Now, of course, we can repeat this for an APT group, which will sort of show this much better, but you can now start to see how powerful the Navigator is, because you can now take this, you can export this, and you can essentially say, okay, so this is essentially what all of these fin groups here utilize, and from a defensive perspective, you can now give this to, you know, the SOC or your engineers to essentially implement detection capabilities and mitigations. Now, any questions regarding this? Because there's a lot of use cases here, and we can take a look at a lot of examples. I want to go through all your questions because I know there's quite a few, and we've been going for, I don't know, 2 and something hours. Okay, so let's see. Can you show a quick walkthrough of identifying malware in an endpoint or trying to expand the attacker's fingerprint? As I said, I'm not. The focus of today's session was on MITRE ATT&CK. Now I can have these sessions if you guys want them every day, like live streams. I'm completely happy doing live streams because for me they're much easier to do. Plus, I can set up these sessions as well as labs as well. If you guys want that, we can probably cover that. You know. Do I have a job? Yes, I have a job. I run a pen testing company called HackerSploit. We do pen testing, red teaming. I'm also an instructor at INE and an instructor, or rather the lead of the Cyber Rangers community. So yeah, that's essentially what I do. Well, as I said, Fran, that's a very good question. The thing about this framework is it's so holistic and so encompassing of every technique that they're likely to use. What will happen is that companies like CrowdStrike, Kaspersky, Mandiant does a really good job at cataloging all of these groups. If they find a technique or sub-technique that doesn't exist yet, they'll just submit it to the MITRE ATT&CK framework and they'll add it. So that's one of the reasons why MITRE is so powerful, is because it's it's frequently updated. All of the all of the groups like Mandiant, CrowdStrike, etc., who analyze the activity of these groups, long term, and identify all their TTPs. If they find a new technique that's never been implemented or they've never seen, they can add it to the MITRE ATT&CK framework if it doesn't exist already. Now, yeah, so I'm going to share this spreadsheet with you guys. I mean, I use it quite a lot. The first thing I would like to explain is the naming systems. Now, with CrowdStrike is pretty much they're pretty much the ones who came up with it. So you'll typically see under their naming nomenclature, they typically call groups from China. They'll have a prefix, which is just a name, and then any name, and then the suffix is typically going to be panda. So groups named by CrowdStrike from China will typically have the name panda around it, which makes sense. Pandas are native to China, so they use animals to identify these groups. For Russia, it's going to be a bear. So if you take a look at, let's see if I can find it here. There we are, fancy bear, cozy bear. That's actually anger bear here, but they pretty much use the bear naming system. North Korean, let's see if I can show you this here. We'll actually get into North Korea very shortly, but they usually go for Kolima, and then under Iran, this is kitten. There we are. So they typically use the kitten naming system. There we are. Israel doesn't have its unique name yet. You then have NATO. Same thing here. Middle East, right over there. I typically use Jackal. I've seen a lot of Jackal before. Yeah, that's CrowdStrike. Mandiant is the one that has given the names that all of you are familiar with, like APT1, APT whatever, 41, etc. You can see a lot of their, some of the APT groups that have been cataloged very recently, like APT41 and also APT42, which is, I think, is the analysis is currently ongoing. You can see are mostly from China, but we also have a lot from North Korea recently. So most of you are familiar with Lazarus. Let's see if that's been highlighted here. Let's see if I can find that. Lazarus group should be highlighted here. But one of the cool things with this particular spreadsheet is it also highlights the tools or malware that they used in a particular operation. So you can see operation 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So GhostNet was operation 2. And then, of course, the other names for that particular group. And then, of course, you have the targets. So who they targeted here, their modus operandi, which can be very important to understand what their motivations are. And then, of course, different links to references here, or rather reference links posted here. So I'll share this in the chat. You guys can go ahead and take a look at it for yourself. I'm just going to post it in here. It's you should be able to publicly access it. Yeah, definitely. You guys can reach out to me. I mean, I'm trying to like also empower the industry by sort of giving guys jobs, you know, in cybersecurity. So there's a lot of things we're doing at HackerSploit, and we're open to positions for different roles, whether it be on the offensive, defensive side of things. Yeah, I'm probably going to upload it after the live stream is concluded, because by default it's not set on my YouTube settings here. So I'll post it after it's been published. Yes, of course. I'm always open to mentorship. I mean, this is why I do these sessions, and this is why I'm going to continue doing these sessions. If you guys need mentorship or guidance, I'm always open. I think most of the people on LinkedIn will tell you this. I pretty much answer all of the questions, give you guys guidance. And by the way, I know about the earlier rant. I do apologize. I mean, I'm just trying to look out for people and essentially prevent them from getting into siloed thinking and into an ideological way of looking at technology. Because the thing about cybersecurity is you can't be rigid about your thinking. You have to be constantly dynamic, and you need to, you know, essentially look at the truth and facts. Quantum encoding. I'm not sure I understand your question, Vincent. Could you like elaborate further? I think that's pretty interesting. We can continue like for, I think, the next 1 hour. I mean, the live stream has proceeded way longer than I would have expected it to, but I'm happy you guys are here. Thank you very much for being here. I know it's a Saturday. Someone has pretty, I would assume most of you have something better to be doing with your time than watching me talk about the MITRE ATT&CK framework, but hey. All right, cool. So I think we can continue with why I wanted to cover cyber threat intelligence, and we can take a look at a couple of other examples with oh yeah, that's one thing I wanted to highlight. So the same thing will apply to TTPs. So you can actually see, like, if we take a look at one here, like under valid accounts. Yeah, so it just highlights that specific technique and not any specific sub-techniques. But what I wanted to point out is if I select, actually I don't need to select in this particular case, but what I'll do is you can essentially display all the sub-techniques, and then, and this is where you can now give it to your blue team or your defenders. I can essentially export this into an Excel sheet, right? So there we are. And of course, I would have renamed that to something better. But you can see essentially highlights it in a way that's consumable. However, what you can also do is you can also annotate specific ones. So what I like doing to make it easier, if I right click on a particular technique or sub-technique, I can view the technique on the MITRE ATT&CK framework, right? And I can copy this link if I'm exporting it to a spreadsheet, right? And then I can annotate on here. So I can click on, comment, and I can just paste in the link there, or I can click on link. So I can add a link to this particular one here. So I can say URL there, and I can just say MITRE technique, just as an example. There we are. And then now, if I export this again, which I'll just change the name here, I'll just say Fin Groups, all right? There we are. Export that to Excel. There we are, Fin Groups. There we are. So what was, I can't even remember it, but we're taking a look at command and scripting interpreters. Let's take a step back here. So execution, command and scripting interpreters. that should have a link, a hyperlink. So let me just enable editing. If in the event it doesn't, then I said the best way to add it would be through the annotation system, where you can. I'm just going to switch over here. Sorry about that. So you can pretty much add a comment. I'll just show you this as an example. Let me just add the comment there. That is there. That's weird that it doesn't. But the other export options that you have are the ability to render it to an SVG. I typically do this in reports for when I'm doing red teaming for adversary emulation campaigns and how successful they were. So this was the final example that I wanted to show you. And I'm sorry that I'm bouncing around right now. But one thing that I usually like doing when I'm doing adversary emulation is I'll just use a simple example now. So I'll create a new layer. Let's say I'm emulating APT 21, not 21. Let's do 28, okay? All right, so I'll select. What I'll do now is, again, I'll just use the color setup here. So we'll say red to green. Yeah, red to green. That'll work in this case. And then I'll set the score to 0. Actually, let's revert that to green to red. Yeah, hold on, hold the phone. I set that to grid. Let's set red to green. All right, there we are. Fantastic. So if I'm emulating this group verbatim, if I'm utilizing an adversary emulation tool like Caldera, MITRE Caldera, which I've covered on the channel before, and we're essentially emulating all the TTPs, we've installed the agents on the target systems, then what I would do then is I would then go ahead and say, okay, was the defender successful in defending against, attacks against the external remote services? If they were, then I would select that particular technique and I would say, let's give this a score of 3. All right. What that means is that the company defended against that particular technique successfully. If they didn't, then I leave it as red. And I'll just do it for a few more. I'll do it randomly just to show you an example. So I'll say all of these ones, they were able to defend successfully. I can then take this and I can give it to the company and say, okay, so this was APT 28. The ones in red were the ones you failed to defend against. And the ones in greens were the ones that you were able to successfully defend against. So this information now can be ingested into the whole CTI lifecycle and used to implement mitigations and detections for this specific TTPs. Oh yeah, get yourself a glass of wine, man. That's always a good one. I am pretty much on Monster Energy here. Anyway, let's return to the slides briefly. So I wanted to touch on the importance of cyber threat intelligence and, to whom this information or this process is important. The first one, of course, is SOC, right? Whether you're talking about SOC Tier 1 analysts all the way to SOC Tier 3. So it essentially helps them identify and prioritize incident based on risk and impact. So going back to that example where I combined the TTPs of the different fin groups, if we use that same color grading system, that color gradient or color scoring system could have told them which techniques to focus on based on how much they repeat themselves or how many times or how many occurrences of that technique exist between all of these fin groups. In the case of the security analyst, it's used to continually improve detection capabilities and fine-tune defenses. I just showed you the final example on the MITRE ATT&CK Navigator shortly. In the case of the intelligence analyst, it's used to identify, track, and analyze threat actors targeting the organization, as we've already done. And then for the C-suite or management executive level of the organization, it helps them improve the understanding of risks the organization is facing and what can be done to mitigate these threats and or risks. Now, the CTI lifecycle, and this is very important. This is typically what it looks like or what it entails, right? So the first stage involved in cyber threat intelligence is the direction, right? What does this mean? That the direction stage is used to plan out the roadmap for the exercise. So this is essentially where the CTO or the CISO comes and tells you, okay, this is what I need to know. I essentially need to know what our defenses look like with regards to APT38, or our capabilities, our detection capabilities with regards to APT38. So that's just one example. They tell you, who are the threats or the attackers, the attack surface, actions needed, to be taken to improve defenses. All right. So this is where you set out the goals of the entire operation, right? So that's direction. You then have collection. So this involves collecting information based on the requirements. You then have processing. This, of course, involves the processing of collected data. You then have analysis, which again is analysis of data collected to adequately answer the requirements. Dissemination is essentially the reporting of the findings identified during the analysis phase for the consumption of the C-suite executives and stakeholders. And then feedback obtained from the report is analyzed to make improvements on the entire CTI lifecycle or process. This will make sense shortly once you understand the types of cyber threat intelligence, which is where you'll now start to understand why I was specifically focused on operational cyber threat intelligence in this video. All right. So we have tactical cyber threat intelligence. This is where you identify IOCs. So stuff like logs, malware analysis. You're essentially trying to identify indicators of compromise, similar to what Mandiant or CrowdStrike is doing, right? But not for a specific APT group. You're simply trying to better improve your detection capabilities. The operational cyber threat intelligence is where you track and profile TTPs or the TTPs of a particular threat group to obtain an improved understanding of adversaries, consequently improving your ability to detect the TTPs that they use, as well as mitigate those specific TTPs. And then you have strategic CTI. So strategic intelligence shows how global events, foreign policies, and other long-term and international movements can potentially impact the cybersecurity of an organization. We've already talked on the MITRE ATT&CK Navigator. So I have a few other examples. Now, before we move on to those examples, and that's pretty much it for the slides. Do we have any other questions? Thank you, Nate. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so IOC is already well highlighted on the attack framework. So let's say you're looking for indicator IOC for, let's see. Yeah, let's take a look at abuse. The sub technique is bypassing UAC, right? So if you take a look at detection here, it'll tell you the IOCs here. So for Windows registry as the data source, you can see some UAC bypass methods rely on modifying specific user accessible registry strings. For example, the event viewer. So yes, it's essentially telling you what to monitor. So the event viewer bypasses the H key, current user, software classes, etc., registry key. So it's already told you what to look out for. And then in the case of the data source being command, command execution, you can essentially monitor executed commands and set up, depending on what signature tool you're using, you can generate a signature to detect the execution of these specific commands tied to bypassing of UAC. And then more specifically, when you're talking about tools or software like, let's see if I can find that here. I think I'll have to find it individually, but if you talk about tools like UAC Me as an example, let's see if it's actually cataloged here. Let's see, it should be. There we are. There we are. This is a tool that's typically used to bypass UAC. Now, you can see it highlights the technique and sub-technique. So you can pretty much get an idea of, there we are. In this particular case, it's highlighted the procedure examples, which is not limited to just groups, but also software. But I wanted to showcase UAC me as an example. The point being, you have mitigations. So it'll tell you a potential mitigation here is to check for common UAC bypass weaknesses on Windows systems. The easiest thing you can do is essentially increase this here under user account control settings. Just set this to always notify, right? So bypassing UAC only works when the security level is set to this particular level here. And anything lower than that, if it's not enabled, then you don't need to bypass UAC. So again, remember, groups like, I'm not going to get too much into CTI, but guys like CrowdStrike, if you take a look at one of their references, let's see if I can give you an example here. Let's take a look at this one here. Yes, go ahead. What they typically do, they typically have long-standing operations that last for a very long period of time, and they essentially have malware analysts. So I know a lot of guys who work in CTI. It takes a lot of time to sort of catalog the TTPs that they've used. I mean, it really takes a long time, which is why even with APT 42, that still hasn't come out yet, their TTPs yet. But what they do is a combination of, it's a combination of malware analysis. So firstly, they need to identify what samples. The samples are typically shared by the guys who are responding to the incidents, whatever organization was targeted. They catalog the malware, and then these guys get the malware sample. They start off with that. And then, of course, additional information is reported. I can't really share where they get their sources because I don't really do cyber threat intelligence intently. I primarily utilize cyber threat intelligence to better my adversary emulation campaigns. So hopefully that answered your questions. I don't know whether you wanted me to highlight anything with regards to the Navigator, but yeah, I think I can actually cover, I think I'd covered this before, but what I use to automate adversary emulation and tie essentially all the TTPs for a specific APT group is MITRE Caldera, which I've covered on the channel before. It essentially allows you to pretty much automate adversary emulation for whatever TTPs you want. And I think there's a new version, but very, very cool stuff here. And then, of course, for manual red team engagements, it essentially can help you automate the specific aspects of red teaming, I would say. I only really use it for adversary emulation for specific TTPs. Yeah, that's true. Atomic Red is also very, very good. I'm just more familiar. I mean, I have used the one of the things that I really like about Atomic Red is that they actually give you the YAML files for each technique, sub-technique, etc. Which means you can pretty much modify it and, do whatever you want. All right. Any other questions? Otherwise, I don't know. Stream has really been running for quite long at this point. I don't even know how long it's been. It's almost 3 hours now. Okay, so just to actually put it out there, that experiment is still gonna proceed. The one that I pointed out at the beginning of the stream, the one we spent an hour discussing, that experiment is still proceeding. It's on course, because you know what? I also want to prove myself wrong, and I also want to play Valorant on Linux. You know, which is interesting because the last time I checked, it required the installation of anti-cheat, but anti-cheat that operates at the kernel level. So I don't know how we're gonna emulate the NT kernel for the installation of that kernel level anti-cheat. Last time I checked. I mean, I don't know about Valorant anymore. I don't play Valorant. I'm just oh no, by default, I wouldn't say that Windows has bad logging. I would say that most people haven't configured the auditing correctly. Like, you know, by default, Windows auditing is really bad. Like the local security policy is really shit. So yes, you'll have to revert to Sysmon, obviously, which is much better. So yeah, I agree with you there. Sysmon is really a step ahead. I just don't think that Windows by default the local security policy is configured correctly. Yeah, that's fine, Konstantinos. You're right. But the experiment is to see whether we can run native. Remember, setting up a VM and doing GPU pass-throughs on Linux with QEMU and KVM, all of that stuff is sort of counterintuitive, because you can't rail on an operating system like Windows and then use it. If you're an ardent supporter of Linux, as most of the people were telling me, and they are calling me a Linux hater, I'm talking about native out-of-the-box operation and performance. Anyway, I'm not going to get baited into that. All I said is I'll perform the experiment. And by the way, I'm open to learning. I haven't gamed on Linux for like 2 years. So my experience, actually, it's been less than 2 years. I would say 1 year and maybe 6 months, something like that. But all I'll say is I'll be very fair. And at the end of it, if I can, if I can switch over to Linux and then, do GPU pass-through, I mean, I might as well do that, because I have done it before, even with Mac, because it's actually pretty cool to edit videos on Mac. I'll probably do that. I mean, again, I don't want you guys to take me that serious. I mean, I was just talking, man. A lot of people got pissed off at the beginning of the stream, man. I mean, I shouldn't have spoken about Linux. That was a really bad idea. Yeah, I mean, Konstantinos, I'm well aware of GPU pass-throughs. What we were discussing was, I was essentially saying that it's kind of counterproductive to go onto Linux for you to only then, or for you to turn around and then virtualize Windows. If you are hating on Windows to begin with, remember, if like the worst thing that you could stand was Windows, and then you go over to Linux and then you want to play games and realize that you need to set up a gaming VM and pass through your GPU. Thank you. Finally, someone who understands what I'm saying. Konstantinos, thank you. That's exactly my perspective. All I was saying was that I use the operating system that helps me get a majority of my work done. That's all I was saying. Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, another good example is presentations. I mean, I don't know where I mean, I've tried also. I don't know what it's called on Mac, but they have their own presentation writing software. I mean, I still like PowerPoint, and I know you can use it in the cloud. I have an Office 365 account. I know I can use Office in my browser. I'm not I'm not installing Linux to use Office. It's just that, as I was saying, in my case, I need an operating system for video editing, so on and so forth. And I also know that Linux hasn't got good support from third-party vendors like Adobe, Microsoft, etc. So I'm not railing on Linux. All I'm saying is, and again, there's no hate here. I'm just saying that for Linux, and I do want Linux to grow on desktop, for Linux to work, they need to get a grip on the package management systems. There are just too many. I mean, I don't understand. There's snaps, there's, Debian packages, there's, oh, it's just too much. It's just too much for an average user. And then there's the package management utilities, freaking Yum and Aptitude and, just insane, insane. Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying, and again, I'm not. This is not my take. I'm simply saying what someone, a normal person, would say. I gave you the example previously of like me telling my dad to install Linux on his laptop, right? And he said, "Okay, I need this piece of software. Can you install it for me on Linux?" And I said, "No, because it doesn't exist." And he says, "Well, I can't switch to Linux." So the point I was making is for Linux to grow on desktop, which I want it to, there needs to be some organization with regards to philosophy. I mean, it can't just be Linus working on the kernel, and then he works on the kernel. The kernel is great, and then the software on top of that, the whole GNU toolkit is fantastic. I swear to God, like the GNU toolkit, the GCC compiler, absolutely phenomenal utilities. I mean, I can't lie there. Unix slash Linux utilities, best ever. I'm not gonna rail on that. All I'm saying is software support and package management. That's all. That's all that needs to be fixed. I prefer using VMware. I also have like a server that I set up that's using ESXi, but also Proxmox is really good. I've used Proxmox a lot. I also have another Proxmox box set up when I'm setting up like quite a lot of VMs for testing. Yeah, I mean, Linus does like a great job on the kernel. I mean, I can't hate on the Linux kernel. Absolutely fantastic. The area where I have a problem is firstly, and again, this is not my take. I know what distributions to install, but if I was looking at it from someone who is totally new, I mean, I would be absolutely confused. I would be in a state of mental, a state of mental mess and confusion. Like, okay, you go head over to distro watch. I mean, honestly, right? And this is what I do frequently. I frequently, take a look at DistroWatch. I mean, look at how many and by the way, these are all good distributions. MX Linux, great. Endeavor, Mint, Manjaro, Pop, Fedora, Ubuntu, Debian, Lite, Garuda, great distribution. OpenSUSE, Zorin. These are all good distributions. The question is, as a beginner, and that's the perspective I'm looking at this from, is like, this is too much. Yeah, I mean, if Linux is supported, like I'll give you an example. If I get like any of my video editing software working correctly on Linux, I'll switch. I'll switch like tomorrow. It's just that that's holding me back. That's the only thing, because I can't really. I've tried working with the video editors. I've also tried using DaVinci Resolve on Linux, which works great, but the performance, you can't compare it to even a MacBook. Like exporting a video, the same software. And by the way, the PC I'm using is quite powerful. I mean, I have 32 gigs of RAM here. I mean, this is not like on Windows it takes 10 minutes. On Linux it takes 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, absolutely. Learning Linux was the greatest thing I ever did in my career. Like, absolutely. But what I want you to look at this specific persona, and this represents a lot of people. I'll just use a very simple persona. Look at someone who uses their computer for sending emails, web browsing, writing documents. I want Linux to run on their computer. The question is, how do we do that? That's what I was saying. I'm not saying I never want Linux to reach that stage. I'm saying that's what we want. We want everyone to use Linux, but how do we get normal people to use Linux? Because I speak to normal people, I've made them use Linux laptops, and they ask me very important questions that I hadn't thought of. And that was, why is there a different package? When I clicked download, this package had Debian, and then the other one had a .run extension. It's all of these things that are so damn confusing that I think we need to fix, because again, when I've used Linux for, as I said, it's been over 15 years now at this point. So for me, this is natural. Like, it's not a problem. I have no problem tweaking a system. I have no problem installing a custom kernel. That's not a problem for me. I'm still always learning about Linux. You know, I've done a lot of crazy things with Linux, but I think that's like leaving me ignorant, to the fact that other people look at Linux very differently. And I want to like change the perception of how Linux is viewed as something that is, a mishmash of the kernel itself, the GNU toolkit, and then some third-party stuff that's written, third-party open source stuff that's written by, different groups of people who have done a phenomenal job. I mean, you talk about KDE, the KDE desktop environment, absolutely phenomenal desktop environment. I think probably the best desktop environment that's been created. You talk about productivity, that's the top of the range, top of the line. But the question is the perception. Yeah, but the point I'm making, Jared, is what if we could get normal users to use Linux? What if we could make the normal operating system Linux instead of Windows? Because again, it pains me to use Windows, which I am right now. I have Linux on my laptop. Whenever I'm watching, like I'm doing my own stuff, writing scripts, programming, doing my own pen testing on Hack the Box, I'm on a Linux laptop. Again, because I don't need those additional pieces of software. But the moment I need to collaborate, or I need to use something like Microsoft Teams because the organization that I work for utilizes it, then that becomes a problem. So if they get software support, as I said, and I'm willing to help in this, because I'm not just someone who criticizes. I see these points as ways we can improve this. And again, credit to Ubuntu, credit to Linux Mint. They've made it like as easy as possible for a normal user to get into Linux. And by the way, I am not saying that we need to get rid of Arch Linux. I love Arch Linux. I love installing Arch Linux. Installing Arch Linux is like therapeutic for me. But again, if we want to grow on the desktop side, we need to sort of demystify things, and we need to make things much more standardized and streamlined with regards to doing the important things like installing software, like writing documents, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I've installed OpenBSD. Actually, I'm more of a Dragonfly BSD guy. I mean, I really like Dragonfly BSD. That's a really cool variant of BSD. You guys should check it out, man. Dragonfly BSD, really, really cool stuff there. But yeah, I installed BSD, awesome stuff. But and this is a question for BSD to answer. I mean, Mac did it. In fact, macOS is our answer here because Mac is running Unix, right? Or at least some variant of BSD. And they have done exactly what I've said. They have simplified the package management and package installation, and they have software support. I mean, if you just give that to Linux, that's it. I don't think anyone else will use Windows, regardless of the performance issues, etc. Yeah, I mean, there's no way we can stop this because again, I don't want this to ever end. Distributions are awesome because it essentially allows people to do their own thing. However, I think we need to sort of categorize Linux to set up like a system of differentiation between distributions that are, let's say, well maintained, well supported, that have good software support, and then if you choose to create a spin-off, then you can pretty much do whatever you want. And if that whole software support functionality is incorporated into those spin-offs, then that's fine. But I think there needs to be a focus on just a few distributions. I really hope that someone builds this new distro on Arch. I think that'll be absolutely fantastic. You get rid of that bloat and all that unnecessary stuff. Just start from vanilla Arch and then stick to one init system. Let's stop this debate over system D. And again, I don't want to get into all of that, but you can already see where the problems are. I mean, even within Linux users themselves, there's always a divide with everything. Sorry, I didn't get your question, Ghost Spirit. No, let me see. Could you post it again? You did not talk about coding, any specific. What do you mean about coding specifically? Could you clarify your question so I can answer it? What about Python? Like what my thoughts are on Python? I mean, I think Python is great. I use it a lot actually now. I've been developing a lot of stuff, a lot of automation scripts in Python. But over the last 1 month, I've primarily been doing a lot of implant development for some red team ops. So been mostly doing C sharp on Windows. I'm primarily a C developer. I started off crazily enough with C++, which doesn't make sense. And then I went to C, and then C sharp, of course. Uh, but yeah, Python's awesome. I wouldn't say you need to know programming to get into cyber. I would say you need to know how to script, how to automate stuff. So, bash scripting, a bit of Python scripting, because at a fundamental level, you need to know how to read other people's scripts, firstly. You need to know how to automate a few things. And then I would say you need to know, in the case of exploits, you need to know how to read exploits. So in the case of Windows and Linux, you're typically talking about C, C++, C sharp. So as long as you can read, I would say that's good enough, unless you want to get into exploit development. Yeah, I mean Python. In fact, another language that I've seen a lot in cyber now is Go. Like Golang is like really taken off, man. Also, some crazy people have been using Rust. I mean, those are some real, it's impossible to imagine. Anyway, I'm not hating on Rust. Before anyone gets triggered, I'm just cracking a joke about Rust programmers. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Ruby is pretty good. Actually, you know what? That comment was right because if you think about it, like Nmap scripts are written in Lua, Metasploit modules are written in Ruby. Uh, most scripts, if you're doing enumeration, maybe even basic web exploitation, written in Python. Windows, yeah, you pretty much need an understanding of all. I would say a rudimentary understanding, but I would say focus more specifically on scripting. Also, PowerShell. PowerShell is really, really important because when you especially are dealing with, with Windows pen testing specifically, like PowerShell is really cool. Oh boy, C++ or Rust. I'm afraid I can't answer that question. Otherwise, I'm almost 100% sure I'm gonna get swatted tonight, even though we don't have a SWAT unit. So I'm politely declining to answer that particular question. Oh yeah. In fact, I'd actually seen a post. I can't remember where it was earlier today, where I can't remember what company posted it, but they were essentially encouraging guys to leave C and C++ because of insecure coding practices. Is really, really interesting. No, no, I didn't answer anything. I did not answer anything at all, man. No answer. I no comment. Oh man, compilers. Again, I can neither confirm nor deny. I refuse to. Oh yeah, by the way, the podcast has been up in the air, and this is where I wanted your feedback because I really had like an idea for it. You want me to get guests on the podcast? You want me to discuss topics like this? Uh, what would you like to see on the podcast? Because you guys had really liked those episodes, like the one we did with GoSec. We can probably interview like a couple of, Anyway, I would like to hear your perspective. Yeah, because we either like do interviews and focus on specific topics, or we do like deep dives with maybe one or two hosts. I was thinking about it because I'm not sure what structure or format you guys enjoy, and I mean, I primarily listen to Malicious Life. Malicious Life is, it's sort of like a narrative-based podcast where he sort of goes over, different attacks, hacks, etc. Um, but oh, you know what will be cool? You know what will be really, really cool? Imagine this, and I think I can make this happen. I think so. Imagine if we got like Richard Stallman on the podcast, and then we can have this really heated, interesting debate on Linux, or GNU/Linux, I should say. That'll be really, really interesting. Okay, so if you guys want me to show you how to set up an AD pen testing lab, I'm gonna do that. Wait, is today Sunday already? Yeah, it's Sunday, so I'll probably release it later Sunday evening. If you guys want that. All right, Rodrigo. Oh, nice, nice. Started off with freaking, man. Awesome. All right, but I warn you, this lab setup video is gonna be long, because I'll show you like how to set up a proper lab. I'm not just talking about one domain controller and one Windows system. Like this is gonna be, I'm also showing you how to set up like vulnerabilities that you can then test, exploiting. I'll talk about hardening, etc., all of that stuff. Okay, so let me take a note of that. So there's 2 video projects in addition to web app pen testing and the pivoting video. So let me just take note of that in my notebook here. My GNU/Linux notebook. All right, so we have number 1 is pivoting. Second one, AD lab setup. Third, web app pen testing, which we already have the videos done. And then finally, the big one, the finale, Linux versus Windows. I still haven't decided on a title for that video, but you know, we'll decide that when we get there. And then of course I'm gonna have to prepare to go into hiding after that video releases. No. It's actually a physical notebook. For those of you who think that I'm using a Windows notebook, here it is. Here it is, right over here. I think I have it here. You guys should probably see it. Yeah, I definitely still write on paper. There's no way I'm taking that down on a Windows netbook. Let's just call it a netbook. Because most Windows laptops are netbooks, apart from the gaming laptops, which are pretty good. Although the thermals are questionable. I can actually share something on the screen that's gonna get a lot of you. In fact, I don't think I'll be able to show my face after this if I did it. But if there's one operating system people hate more than Windows, I think you guys know the answer to that. If I was to do that, I would be in real trouble. Let's just put it that way. Oh boy, I hope I don't get. This stream was not a good idea, man. I'm now being flagged as a Windows fanboy. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, I'll just go and read my sys internals before I, actually not sys internals, rather Windows internals. Version 2 is out, guys. Version 2 is out. Just gonna read this and fall asleep tonight. All right, hold on. I think there should be version 2. There we are. Part 2 is out. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm probably not gonna make it through if I keep on showing Windows internals. Looks like. So what do you think of Sliver? Sliver is really good. Really good. But I like Havoc more. I think Havoc is much cleaner, much more functional. No way, man. No way, Nate. There's no way that's possible. Wait, so are you telling me, Usman, are you telling me that without Windows you could not install Linux? Is that what you're telling me? Because this, if that's true, yes, of course, I offer mentorships. Like, I mean, the typical model is like, I'll answer all your questions, I'll give you guidance and stuff like that. I mean, if I have time, I usually try and jump on a video call. Whenever I have time, I'm always willing to help anyone. Constantinos. You should know that I don't use Grub, man. There's no way I'm using that stuff as my bootloader of choice. And more importantly, I'm not one of those psychopaths who themes my bootloaders. Like, have you seen those guys? I mean, that is just insanity, man. Oh, man. Yeah, well, I'm actually skeptical about saving this live stream because this I don't know whether people will be playing this whilst they're chasing after me. I don't want to take a chance, man. But as Martin Luther did, uh, you know, during the medieval times, I'm just going to speak my truth, and I'll deal with the consequences, whatever they may be. I called it out. That was another hot take that almost got me jailed. Honestly speaking, when I made that video, like that stop trivializing cybersecurity video, like, man, a lot of people got mad at me, man. Especially the people who thought that I was talking about them. Oh boy. No, I'm not gonna cut it. I'll just probably do some post processing if required. I'll publish it. I was just joking. I'm not, like, of course, I'm not scared of publishing what I've said. But you guys, man, damn. Oh boy, no, no, I'm not getting into any drama, man. No one hit me up. No one hit me up. Uh, I uh, I would like to rescind my statement. It was made under the influence of Linux fanboys. Of course, I use Windows to post process. I'll tell you another one. I'll tell you another one. I'll tell you. Let me tell you how insane I am. I actually access all of my Linux servers via Windows using PuTTY. Now, what are you gonna do about that? What are you guys gonna do about this? I'm not using any OpenSSH client. No way, man. No way. I'm not even using the subsystem for Linux. I use just a nice, clean, vanilla version of PuTTY, you know? Oh boy. Oh man. Oh boy. Things are getting real dark now. Anyway, oh man, these chats are getting wild. You're getting real wild. Oh boy. Oh my god. Someone's using VS Code here. Oh god. Oh god. There's ultimate Chad, man. Cyber junkie. There's that guy is on the. He actually understand what. Actually, VS Code is not that bad. I mean, let's just be real. Let's just be real, man. Yeah, imagine getting Stallman, Richard Stallman in here. That'll just be awesome. Oh man. Oh boy. Yeah, yeah. On another note, I don't know because I haven't like tried it on my current setup on my current hardware. What's the NVIDIA driver situation like for Linux? Because the last time I tried it, man, oof, I had to switch to the open source driver, which I know is the recommended thing to do. But NVIDIA seems to be taking this like a joke. I mean, like, come on, man. We at least need or deserve one good driver. What's the situation there like? Oh, that's a good question. So, download any version of Windows Server. I would say Win Server 2016 onwards. You can download the ISOs from the Evaluation Center, Microsoft Evaluation Center. Windows Server Ubuntu, because we'll set up some Linux systems as well. Probably some Windows Workstation VMs or ISOs. Anyway, you guys can watch the video, and it'll be I'll put it in parts so that it's a single video with like chapters. Nice, nice. Now we need proof, Reisner. We need proof. We need proof. You can't just say stuff like you're playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on another monitor. Ultra settings, man. Well, I'm not doubting the fact that you could. I mean, I don't know what GPU you have, but man, you guys are some serious. You guys are serious, man. Playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on Ultra. I mean, I wish I could do that, man. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, look, with regards to Linux gaming, I was just bantering around. I mean, I know that Proton is really like bridged that gap. And as I said, the last time I played was just like a year and a few months ago on Linux. The only reason why I don't play on my laptop is because the thermals are horrendous. And there's no way I'm like, you know, I'm listening to that fan. Let's actually check it together because I haven't checked this in a while. In a while. Let's check it out. Let's check it out, eh? Look, the website's still the same. All right, so aha, battle eye. Anyway, I'm not gonna target Linux gaming because you know what? Over the last 2 years, it's actually come a long way. So, wow, that's yeah. Grand Theft Auto has always been able to run. I think the last game I ran was. That's insane, man. Cyberpunk has a gold rating. That is nuts. Wow. Yeah, this I think this is the final hurdle is the online games with the anti cheat. Oh man, I would get a console. Except, have you seen the scalpers and the prices of a freaking PS5 or I don't even know the name of the new Xbox. I mean, this is just unacceptable, man. These guys are the worst thing. There's a reason why I haven't upgraded my GPU yet is the GPU prices. Wow. I remember back in the day, like for $400, you were getting like top of the line GPU, man. I mean, now I think that's the price. I don't even know what the GPU prices are anymore. Yeah, Christ, 1K, man. At this point, if you're building like a proper rig again, you probably need like 5K, I would say. Yeah, but anyway, I think if I am going to play a game, just to get back into it, I think Witcher is a good place to start. No Man's Sky, that's crazy. That's got gold, man. Let's see. Elden Ring, that's another one on the list. But it should be working. I don't think it's... Yep. Yeah, that's another one. I want to see what the state is here. I always had a problem with Sandstorm because I played a lot of Sandstorm. But it looks like it's working. All right, yeah. You know what? I'm definitely going ahead with the experiment. Really? The Steam Deck? Wasn't the Steam Deck like released this year? Oh boy, it's actually written here. Wait, was I wrong? Wasn't there the earlier version of ProtonDB, wasn't that tailored towards just standard Linux? I think this is obviously after the release of the Steam Deck, which again is another freaking system that's so difficult to get. At least where I live. I can't speak for everyone. I think at this point, anyone buying like a 4090, I really want to know what you do for a living because, firstly, you need, I think, the highest rated PSU power supply for that shit. And secondly, the thermals I've heard are pretty crazy thermals there. No. Kidney is not enough anymore. At this point, you would pretty much like have to sell your current rig and then you would be able to buy the GPU. And then you'd figure out how to buy the other PC parts and then sort of restart the process again. Yeah, man. Yeah, so although that 4090 should be helpful, should be helpful when you're feeling a bit chilly. Maybe you want to heat up some food. You don't need to turn to your oven. Just put it. Just get the food in there, man. One thing's for certain, given the amount of time that's lapsed, there is no way GPU prices will go back to what they were. There is no way. Like, this has been so long. Like, if it was just a temporary blip, and again, let's just disregard the scalpers and the crypto miners and all of those insane people. I don't think the prices will ever reduce. So at this point, it's just a matter of buying the best, the card that'll give you the best bang for your buck, and then upgrading maybe like every 3 or 5 years. No, you see, like the new graphics cards, like the 4090, are like they're not even sold as graphics card and as GPUs anymore. I mean, they're pretty much you know they can pretty much replace your radiator if the one that you have is busted up. They're just the first graphics cards that can do more than just compute. You know, pretty awesome if you ask me. I mean, the only time I saw I like these thermals are really bad. Like honestly, like the worst I ever got was maybe when I had the 980. But that's because I really, really used that card and I did not change the thermal paste and thermal pads for a very long time. Well, I don't think it can run Crisis yet. That's something that I don't think humans will ever be able to do on Ultra 4K. It's just not within our reach. Oh man, yeah, that is that's I don't think that's going to work. No, no. Yeah, I mean, like Doom is the exact opposite. Like, you can even run Doom on your fridge at this point. Talk about compatibility. That is just the next level, man. The fact that I'm still able to play the original DOS version of Doom is insanity. Like, oh boy, oh boy, oh man. By the way, like I haven't played any of the modern Doom games. Like I think the latest or the most recent version was Doom Eternal. What's that like? Because I really like Doom. I think I played it once with a friend. Oh yes, all right. Think that's one of the games that will be featured in the test. So do keep an eye out for that. All right, man. I don't know how long this stream has been going on for, but at some point, I think I'll need to get on to making those videos for you guys, and also begin work on the Linux video. So just gonna prep for that. Anyway, any other questions, guys? I really appreciate you guys sticking with me on the stream. I'll publish it like probably like 10-20 minutes after it's done, just so that the quality it's processed, the video is processed. Yeah, man, I really appreciate it, guys. If you want me to do more of these live streams, I'm happy to do so. Today's session was more focused on rants. Apologies for that. But I needed to address some of these pressing issues. But we're able to touch on the MITRE ATT&CK framework. Hopefully, the next streams will be much more cohesive and on topic. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys, man. I'll be looking to start uploading now. I just wanted to start off with this live stream to set the pace for the stuff that we'll be doing. But I really appreciate you guys sticking with me. Over the course of the downtime, the lack of uploads. But all I can say is, we have like really, really good stuff planned out, and it's all thanks to you. And yeah, not really focused on subscribers anymore and on views. Just want to make good content, and hopefully, I also want to build a good relationship with you guys, because I think the audience participation is really, really important. So much appreciated, ladies and gentlemen. And I think I'll be ending anytime now. So there's any more questions. Oh, someone's asking for opinion on the Intel GPU. Thank you, Usman. Thank you, Fabio. Tech fan, Konstantinos, much appreciated. My thoughts on the Intel GPU, I saw that. I can't really give any of my opinions. I saw some reviews of it. I think it's a good thing because it sort of caters towards the low to mid end, for, I would say, a good price. So I think it's something that Intel can drop if it's, if they want it to work. Competition is always a good thing, especially with guys like NVIDIA, walking around. Because, and NVIDIA is just, over the last 4 or 5 years, have just been, making really, really bad decisions, whether it would be, messing up their partnership with EVGA, creating cards that operate at 150 degrees Celsius on idle, just absolutely horrific decisions. Yeah, I appreciate that, Cyber Clement. Thank you, memes. I believe yeah. So I'm pretty active on Twitter and Discord. You can find all the links in the stream description. I'm not really a meme guy. I don't post a lot of memes because, as I said, at this point I'm pretty much a wanted man. And I don't want any people after me at this point, So for now, I'm just gonna lie low until all this Linux heat dies off, which I don't think it will, but I'm looking for my day in court, and I think my day in court will be Saturday or Sunday next week, or this week rather. So yeah, I'll be covering Cyber Ranges this week because I want to do a dedicated video. Right now, like on this stream, I've been particularly going on various tangents, which is regrettable because that was not the the goal. Trust me. Like when I was planning or putting those slides together, the last thing on my mind was start a rant about Linux. Start a rant about Linux. It's just, oh man, I love technology. I love Linux. Just bantering around. And at the end of the day, if Linux wins, I think computing will win in general. I use Windows as a last resort to get the job done. It's not a particularly, decent operating system. The memory leaks are horrific. But anyway, most of you have said that I am secretly a supporter and a shill of the larger Microsoft conspiracy. And, that may be true. I don't know. Although I think, being part of a conspiracy sort of entitles you to some sort of compensation, which I haven't received. Quite the contrary, because I've bought Windows licenses, so. Thank you. Hack. I can't pronounce that name. Oh, yeah. No, I don't accept checks, so I was expecting more of a direct transfer, like a wire, because it's, oh boy, did I share too much? They promised me something, but they haven't delivered. Promised me exclusive access to Windows 12 beta builds for my pleasure, I'm really excited about that. Windows 12 and 13 beta builds. Really, really excited for that. I mean, that's just, next level stuff there. They're also looking to revamp Windows Vista, Windows Vista version 2, coming soon. Oh, that's crazy, man. I'm going to have editorial decisions over Windows 12. Just, oh man. That's gonna be awesome. We're looking to do like crazy stuff. We're looking to bring widgets back. We're gonna bring the performance widget back. We're looking to bring the calendar as well as the assistant. We're looking to bring that paperclip assistant back. We're all gonna put it on your desktop for ease of access. We're also going to put a magnifier there in case you need it, because, you know, who knows when you can't read text on the screen. God forbid you forget that you have a scroll wheel. Yeah, so there's a lot of design stuff that we're doing. We're also thinking of making a few changes to the taskbar. You know, we'll share updates on that once we're there. Yeah, we also... Yeah, there's lots of stuff, We're also looking to bring back Windows 7 games, the standard games that came pre-packaged on Windows 7, Windows XP, like Pinball, whatever, that's the Space Pinball game, the Plants vs. Zombies, all of that, you know, all of that good stuff. Essentially going to give you a ready-made operating system with everything that you need. Probably 4 to 5 browsers of, you can choose to, you can pick whatever you want to use. Although you'll not be able to uninstall software because you'll be working or operating in a very new type of user space that we've come up with very limited permissions. Obviously, they don't allow you to pretty much do anything outside of your home directory, and of course, there's no way you'll be able to see your system drive. So, yeah, really exciting things coming up. Very, very excited. Hopefully you guys are excited. Oh, thanks, Farhan. Really appreciate that. Oh, well, obviously, Konstantinos. Obviously, I mean, that's what we do at Microsoft. We pretty much look at what Mac does, and we're not complete idiots. We also have some taste, so we pick what we like. And generally speaking, our objective here at the Microsoft Windows 12 and 13 beta division has primarily to make sure that we control the user's experience as much as possible. We're also coming up with an idea of like having pop-up ads show up in Explorer. While we don't want to go down the route of having non-skippable video ads, I think a few pop-up ads every hour would be a really good thing, to expose our customer base to new products. And we are committed to ensuring that they're able to get like some of the best products out there. I mean, we pretty much let anyone advertise, but yeah, it's good stuff coming up. Hopefully you guys are excited as we are. I mean, you can tell from my face that this is just the next level stuff here. How can you start in cybersecurity? Let me answer that question for you. So, on my channel, and I'm not shilling myself here. If I was, I would be showing you my my hidden Microsoft. Let me just show you. This is really lame here. But, if you go to my channel and you head over to, I believe I made it the cybersecurity career guide, roadmap, etc., whatever I called the video. Where is it? Oh my god, I can't even find my own video here. Yeah, this is the one, cybersecurity career roadmap. I answer your question in detail in that video there. So it pretty much gives you the roadmap depending on what avenue you want to take, whether red team, blue team, stuff like that. Yeah. Not that I'm shilling myself. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Although I'm really trying my best to like get my profile picture set as the default account profile picture for Windows 13. That's something that I'm really pressing for. It's not possible in Windows 12. But yeah. Anyway, yes, of course. I mean, we're we love risk. We love risk here at Windows, you know. So it's something we're very you know, we're really focused on innovation. So if there is an issue, we can always push out a Windows update that will most likely interfere with your day and you know, force you to restart at an inappropriate time. Hopefully, when you're giving a presentation or doing a live stream like I am. So yeah, you know, we can always push out an update to get rid of that if required, whenever we want, of course. It's our operating system. We should essentially control when it's updated, regardless of whether you bought a license. So yeah. Bro, that just reminds me of the Windows 7 updates. That was, I mean, wow. That service pack system was really interesting. No. We don't have that high, you know, we don't have standards that high. There's no way we are going to make Windows POSIX compliant. There's no way, man. You know, we're more interested in transparency effects, rounded edges, and widgets, you know. Yeah, so good stuff, good stuff. In YouTube, someone's asking, in YouTube, there are more strict rules for HackerSploit comparing to other channels. Yes, I told you. Do you guys remember this? Like 1 year ago, they were going hard on cybersecurity content creators. Like, wow, man. But it is now, although we have to abide by a new set of guidelines with regards to, you know, always making sure that you speak good about Windows, which is one of them. So I have to abide by that. So, you know, again, apologies, guys. There's no way I can get a strike here. I mean, you know, I have to abide by the guidelines. But in all seriousness, there's a few things that we can't show, like phishing. We can't show any phishing attacks. We can show the exploitation of mobile networks, primarily because they assume that you can set up your own mobile network, regardless of whether it's simulated in any way. So there's a lot of stuff we can do. Yeah. Yeah, it's Windows 13, man. Let me tell you, that's a game changer, man. That one, minimum RAM requirements 16 gig. 16 gig idling. Actually 18 gig if you're x64 processor. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. No, man, if you look at it from the correct perspective, this is Windows from heaven. I mean, that, you know, this is just imagine letting us update your operating system for you. I mean, that is just it. And wouldn't you want us to tailor your ad experience? Like we would not interfere with ads. We would give you like a focus mode where you could like disable ads for like 5 minutes and then they would reactivate. But yeah, I mean, I would say that this is like this is very very you know, this is where the direction we should be moving in. Okay, you know what? I think at this point the sarcasm is reaching its limits with regards to Windows. Although I never thought that was possible. Um, But yeah, there's lots of good stuff in the works. All I can tell you is the best thing you can do is keep your expectations as high as possible, as high as humanly possible. And by the way, we're not going to fix any memory leaks. And with regards to running tasks, we're going to pretty much start every Microsoft program on startup, and they cannot be terminated at all. So yeah. That is correct. Because we believe that we are in an era of shopping, and ideally, Microsoft would like to have the opportunity to sell you stuff, and we are, of course, not financially motivated. We love supporting the corporate industrial community. Whenever they need to advertise anything really, whether it may be a new drug, a new form of treatment, vaccines, anything really. We just like to advertise it. New Windows Surface books, the new versions, absolutely awesome, fantastic. You guys should pick them up, man. Really good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh yeah, and another thing, if you do buy some of our new Surface books releasing with Windows 13, we have made the very difficult decision to, but we think it's going to be useful in the long run, to disable or to password protect the BIOS. And of course, there's no way we could possibly tell you the password to your device. So we think it's in the best interest of everyone if you don't know what's in there anymore. It's just the best thing ever. So don't worry about that. Just turn on your computer and head over to whatever sites you visit. Don't worry about a thing. It's all going to be okay. Once in a while, click on the ads, buy something. Completely surrender yourself. If you want a good laptop for cybersecurity, get a ThinkPad. I still have my T440, and also a T420. I mean, I can't lie. The hardware, the keyboard on those is really awesome. But the reason why I'm saying get one is because you can upgrade the RAM, put in an SSD. If you're doing VMs and stuff. Yeah, XPS is good. Dell XPS are good as well. That's true. Or you can always get a Surface Pad, whatever they call them, whatever the devices we sell are called. I mean, it's just they have a touch screen, pretty cool, man. You can touch your folders. You can open folders with 2 clicks. How about that? Surface Book, is that what it's called? Surface Pad, Surface Book? Yeah, it is February the 30th. That is correct. If there are any delays, we'll definitely let you know. The date is subject to change, based on our knowledge of I can't anymore, man. Oh, come on, man. I'm working on Windows 13. There's so many things we do. We do Office. We make Microsoft Office. We develop Office. We're doing. We've worked seriously hard on our Edge browser. I mean, that's in our opinion is one of the best. I mean, sure, we took like a lot of the source code from Chromium, but come on, man. I mean, haven't we made it better? Haven't you seen the inbuilt PDF editor in Edge? It's just absolutely phenomenal, man. Yeah, that's just among one product. We also make the Xbox, which you guys seem to love. We make Flight Simulator, another great product. You know, we're doing big things, man. Doing big. We also own Skype. How about that? Oh man, okay guys, I need to go now, man. I need to head out now. Apologies. Of course it exists. Of course Skype exists. We all know you use it. We all know it's like your guilty pleasure, you know. So don't forget that we made WordPad. You know, the predecessor to Notepad++. You know? Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, much appreciated, guys. You know, I really appreciate you guys being with me on the stream. This is insane. I didn't think we'd be here for 4 hours, but here we are. You know, really excited for the new content. I probably drop the videos you guys have requested starting tonight, so Sunday night that is. And yeah, cool stuff. If you want to attend some of my live training, I'll be doing a bootcamp on introduction to C2 frameworks this week. That's again entirely up to you. It'll be through CyberAngels and the labs, so we'll be taking a look at most of the C2 frameworks, popular ones. Yeah, so lots of content, lots of red team, blue team, purple team stuff. Yeah, I apologize, guys, if I didn't answer your question. Let me just end the stream here, and then I'll turn it. I'll just make a few edits in the beginning and the end. Make sure the audio is all good, and then I'll make it public again. Cheers. It's actually been kind of fun. Really like this. I think I'll be doing this more. Cheers, guys. Good night, man. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. It's time. It's time to install Arch. It's the links are in the description section, so yeah, if you guys want to reach me like privately, Twitter is probably the best place, or Discord. The links to all of them are in the description section. Because right now, I mean, I'm finishing. I was just finishing writing some code for the new performance widget. Anyway, hopefully, you know, be really good. All right, guys, thanks a lot for tuning in. I'm going to end today's stream here. I had a really great time, and yeah, really looking forward to the next few weeks, the remainder of the year. Lots of videos coming out. So I'm gonna end the stream in 5, 4, 3, 2,